Hello, folks. It's stream 103. So I did a bunch of work last night after yesterday's stream, just as like a final push to get the reconfiguration done. So today I'm going to dedicate the stream for just refactoring, which means cleaning up, making it more readable, reducing the size, all the good things to make the code right. So there's 4 main targets. I don't know if I'll get to all of them, but I'd like to at least hit the Raft implementation because that's the reusable stuff that is in my GitHub that other people might want to look at. So, brief explanation of what I do. So I've been streaming since June of last year. I make my own components from scratch. So I made a web server from scratch, WebSockets implementation, hash functions, transport layer security wrapper, not the actual encryption, but a wrapper for it. And now I'm making a game. So the game is called Omni-Arena. It's not yet playable. I'm working on the server backend because it's going to be a multiplayer game. But when it's all set up, it will be hopefully a game reminiscent of Ultima series, which I really enjoyed when I was growing up. And I'm hoping to put in a lot of ideas, different things people can do, based off of what I like to do in games. I like to do a lot of open-ended exploration, solving puzzles, looking for secret things, and also what other people like to do. Go after challenges, work together, crafting. So I think there's a lot of room for a lot of different things in the game. I'm just trying to set up a platform right now for it. Hey there, KHBS official. How's it going? So yeah, today's going to be a lot of refactoring. And what am I refactoring? The server architecture looks like this. The servers are replicated for fault tolerance so that if one server goes down, the other servers can pick up where things left off and the clients don't really shouldn't be impacted that much. There might be a slight delay as a client has to shift over to another server, but yeah, so the implementation of getting servers to replicate state is using the Raft Consensus Algorithm, and my implementation of that is kind of messy right now, so I'm going to be cleaning it up today. Cool, KHBS official, your project's going awesome. Nice. Hey there, Bugbound. Yo. Wonder if do I have a VIP slot left? Let's VIP KHPS official. There you go. I think I had one VIP slot left. I'm using my VIP slots for regulars. So anyway, I'm going to be doing refactoring today. So if refactoring is not interesting to you, then that's fine. There's lots of other things to watch on Twitch. Yeah, VHP. You get like a cool little diamond-shaped badgy thing. That's about it, though. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm doing refactoring today. If that's not your thing, then that's cool. It's going to be a lot of cleanup of my existing cruddy code to try to make it look better. So for example, the Raft server unit tests. If I were to go show you the Raft implementation, which itself needs to be refactored, I think, it's over 2,000 lines long, which is friggin' enormous. My target is usually like under 1,000 lines. 800 lines is a good size for a module. The problem is the unit tests are even larger. Yes, that is the correct word. So a good goal for unit tests is to have no more than the number of lines in the code that you're testing. So it's almost 2 times the size, so that we need to cut that down. Don't know what VIP is? It's whatever the streamer wants. So it's just a role in Twitch chat, and I only use it to just give people a badge to mark the people who are here often. So congrats. Other channels use the moderator role. I don't like to do that because I feel that that's giving people extra responsibility, like as in I expect them to moderate the channel. And unless someone like really wants to do that, I think it's sort of impolite to like force that kind of role on people. But VIP, there's absolutely no expectations or requirements. You just get a cool badge. Actually, you know what I'll probably do if I get something going with my game? all the VIPs will probably have special access to the game. So if I actually have a successful game, that might be cool. But we'll see. So yeah, and I haven't really needed moderators too much because you guys have been so cool and I've only had like one incident where someone came in and tried to get me to look at some code that would print out a bad word, and I said, ha ha ha, nice joke, and then they didn't say anything, so we'll see. Hopefully I don't need moderators for a long, long, long time, although that would be a good problem to have. I mean, the channel's getting popular, so we'll see. So refactoring this down to a manageable size, I think, involves shortening a lot of these tests. I was doing that yesterday by taking like large blocks that are repeated like this, setting up this kind of message, which is done like maybe a dozen times, and then making a function out of it and just having a one-liner. Two things that does: it helps reduce the size and the redundancy, and it also gives a name for blocks of code so that I don't have to comment, which is the goal. So we're gonna do that. Oh, I should show you guys what I did. So I did a final push last night to get this thing running. So there's the admin console, and if I were, I need another shell. If I say do it, which means start a new cluster, it kind of cleaned this up a bit. So now it just says 11 timed out, start a new election. It won the vote. It's now the leader, and hey, someone logged into 10, which is me here. And then I can pick a configuration that adds a server, and then as soon as this admin console part needs to be improved. It reconnects whenever you change the config file, which is not so good. Anyway, upload a new configuration. That's interesting. I'd never seen that before. Anyway, it goes from the 3 server cluster that it started out with and goes to 4. So you have a nice bracketed start to finish here. Can you guys see that? So it starts reconfiguration. So it launches server 13, server 10 and 12, and then eventually 11 catch up with the joint configuration. This is really weird. I've never seen that before. But anyway, it didn't stop us. Actually, I think I know how that happened. That's a race. The server was starting up, and it hadn't yet registered the handler for its primary WebSocket, which is fine. The servers just retry. So eventually they do connect. So yeah, applying the joint configuration. This is part of the Raft algorithm. When you transition from one shape of a cluster to another, each of these numbers, by the way, represents a server. They're just identifiers. So we're adding a new server 13. It could be on the same computer or a different computer. It doesn't matter because all communication between these are through WebSockets. So hey, we're more mobile, right? So the joint configuration in Raft means that for a temporary period of time, in this case it was 80 milliseconds, we had 2 different clusters, so to speak. So 2 different voting blocks, so this also is another way of thinking of it, for any kind of changes to the game. And that's important, as the Raft white paper talks about. Hey there, Romania, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm on a kind of a rant, but here, I'll give you a wave. The Raft algorithm says that this joint configuration where you have 2 voting blocks of servers is important to prevent corner cases, issues where you're changing state and you might have confusion about who's the leader. So there's no confusion when you have this joint consensus middle step. So we go to that, and then once that's achieved, so it's committed, then we apply the new configuration, which is just the new set of servers, which is including 13. And when that's done, we're done. The cool thing now is that if I were to stop the cluster and just serve it again without blowing away the data, it launches the 4 server cluster correctly, and it notices it basically replays the log and notices the last one in the log, and it will finish that operation if it didn't finish. But here it says, oh, it's already committed. We're in this one already. So it doesn't have that bug where it will get confused and try to replay some of those journal entries. The only thing it does right now is it has to start a new term, because that's just the rule. Them's the rules. If you stop the leader, you have to start a new term with a new election. But the cool thing is that the only side effect is an extra blank entry in the log. So here I'm going to peek into the server state. The journal is what they say is a log in Raft. It's a sequence of commands. And it's not really formatted very well to see it because it just goes off the page. But there it says start reconfiguration there. That's that command. And then this one's joint config command, then single config, and then finish. So these four sort of are going to be the usual, the gang of four for changing any kind of configuration. And you can see we did that in term 1. And then here we restarted the cluster, and the only side effect is we have a blank command that establishes term 2. So yeah, I can do really cool stuff now, such as I can, from the admin console, I can go back to that original config. So I can just say, go back to 3 servers. And it says, okay, we're going from 4 to 3. Again, bracketed start to finish. This number, by the way, is the index in the log of the start reconfiguration. So it's like a marker, which we use to avoid redoing it later if we're replaying the log. So yeah, it goes from 4 to 3. The orchestrator server kills the server that's no longer in the cluster. And we have some complaints from the peers for a while because they're still trying to connect to that 13 server. But then when they, these are printed out of order, by the way. When their configuration changes, they basically stop trying to connect to the server that it shouldn't be talking to and just moves on. So it's all good. You can see that it just added 4 new things to the log. So the whole goal of Raft, the only real purpose of it, is to get this file to match the same file on every server. Right, the 1 in 10 should match the 1 in 11, which should match the 1 in 12. 13 it won't exactly match because we just took it out. But you see, it got a little of it. It got as far as the joint configuration, and then it's like at that point it got removed from the cluster, so it didn't get the last 2, the single config or the finish. But yeah, the entire purpose of that weeks-long effort I did was just to get these damn files to replicate from one place to another. But now that they do, it's cool because this log will have everything that happens in the game. So any movement in the game, any mob spawning, any player action, whatever it is, will be a line in this log. And playing them from top to bottom constructs the entire history of the game. So all you really need to do is get that replicated to every server, and there you go. You have the same game replicated in multiple places. So I was really excited to get that running. But now it's time to clean up the frantic work that I did to get it working. And I will start by, I guess we'll go from the top. Let me collapse some of these mocks. We don't need to really worry about refactoring mocks so much. Although, if I do split this entire module up, these mocks might be shared and might go in their own module. Right? One step of refactoring, if I really can't get this down to 2,000 lines, I would split this test into fragments. There are some logical fragments, such as one thing we're doing is testing the election process. So whenever it says, I collapse all the tests, repeat votes should not count. So that's part of the election process, right? And then another fragment might be the replication of the log. So that is these, like append entries when not the leader. And then yet another fragment might be the reconfiguration. So all these things that talk about joint config or non-voting members, right? Those might be another fragment. So might split these out into tests that way. You can see we're pretty good until we get around here. Some of these tests get really long and the line count rapidly increases. Yeah. So, yeah, it's 400 lines just to get the fixture set up. So, yeah. Splitting it up might be important because if the fixture itself and all the mocks takes up 400 lines, that means like even if yeah, it means we only really have 400 lines left for our optimal goal of 800 lines. So might want to put them in their own file. So these are the optimal size tests. They fit in a page. They're easily readable. Hey there, Farouk. How's it going? I'm refactoring today, so I'm looking at some unit tests in my Raft implementation, and I am trying to make them readable and shorter. So yeah, mobilize twice does not crash. So mobilize, mobilize. Did it crash? No, we're good. So optimal test, right? Logkeeper is released on demobilize. So here we set up a function that we register to be called when the mock log is destroyed. And then we release our handle to the log and demobilize, and we expect that it's been destroyed. So yeah, maybe not trivially easy to read, but you should be able to look through this, and even if you don't know what each of these things does, just by the names alone, it should give you a hint about what's going on. So an example of a bad test I want to refactor would be, yeah, something like this. It doesn't fit in a page. It's really not obvious what's going on. This one is a hard nut to crack, though, so I'm going to do that one later. Can I refactor this? I don't know about that. Really, the ones that are easy pickings are the ones that are repeated a lot. Like these ones I already did, append no-op entry. So that was, this sequence of 3 lines was super easy. It was done like 100 times in the test, and so it went from 3 lines to 1, saving me a couple hundred lines. Good, just started learning Win32 desktop environment. Cool. Win32, huh? That's a old and venerable environment, indeed. I still have this book called the Win32 Super Bible. It's like this enormous book. Makes a great paperweight, and yeah, really, really ancient APIs. Yeah, see, all these are already in pretty good shape. Like, server does not receive non-unanimous vote in election. Actually, shouldn't that be server? No, server does. Server does receive non-unanimous vote. So we mobilize the server, wait for an election to happen. Actually, we could even collapse these to become candidate or something like that, right? And then we say, have every server in the cluster cast their vote, and they all vote yes except for instance 11. So it's a non-unanimous, but it's still a majority, and we expect the server to be a leader. I could reduce this to 1 line too, right? Instead of 4, so I could say like expect leader. Actually, I'm curious about something. Can I just say expect leader? And can I basically move the expect? Actually, I bet it won't work. I think you can't do this unless it is a function that returns something. Well, let me check. The question is, can I make this into something called a void expect is leader? Actually, maybe I can. The first build of the day is always really slow because a lot of the stuff on disk hasn't been cached. Oh, look, I can do that. That's a cool thing. Maybe I'll do that because that's 4 lines, and I only added like 3 more, and all the other cases of 4 lines become 1 line. Let's search for how many times this happened. There's a not equals in there. Actually, maybe I should have it return a Boolean because sometimes it's not equal. Actually, hold on, I'm wrapping around, so maybe it isn't that important. 1, 2, or no, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's only 5 times. Okay, it's not worth it. Never mind. I really want to get the ones that'll get me a lot of oomph, a lot of bang for the buck. Nope. Nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. See, we're already past 800. I think I am gonna have to break this up into like different test modules. I'm looking for targets here. I guess we'll hit this one next. This is appending an empty entry in a given term. So I look for that string. Oh, I already have one. Why do I have mobilized server in there? That doesn't seem right. Huh. It doesn't seem right to me. It does reduce the number of lines, but I'm thinking. Sorry. There's gonna be a lot of thinking today on this stream, I think. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It was this one. Oops. Screwed up again. That. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this one, which I'm trying to think if I could use it, does a clear there, and this one doesn't do a clear. Well, it doesn't matter there. Actually, maybe we're good then. So I can just reuse this. Receive append entries from mock leader. Oh, this one expects it to already be okay. This one expects it to be already in the mock log. That's one problem, maybe. Okay, yeah. Let me just make one that does this. I'll put it nearby this one though, so it'll be. What are we going to call it? Well, maybe I can use it because it'll be empty, so it'll be 0. Sure, I guess. Let's try it. So it replace it with this, right? And the leader is 2, and the term is 2. Same here. And then there's a cast votes. And then this one is term 1. And this one is term 2. Yeah, that's correct. So making sure I understood what that meant. Update term when receiving heartbeat. This counts as a heartbeat. The term is 2, so it should show up in this server's current term. Hey there, 85 filter. How are you doing? I'm doing refactoring today, so I'm doing stuff like this. I'm finding that that whole block of code can be replaced by just a parameterized version of a helper function here. I can do that. And well, let me check something. Pardon me, I'm going off stream for a moment. Or off screen. Okay. I have just a VIP'd 85 filter. Congratulations, 85 filter. I had to, I ran out of VIP slots though. So that's the last one. Okay. The last one for a while. So new leader. Okay, yes, this replaces this, right? We're good there. So I'm happy because I'm hitting a lot of these that are yeah, so again, the VIP slots just little flair for people who are regulars. It doesn't really get you much, and there's no responsibility implied. Just to recognize people that are here a lot, so. Or either here a lot or that are sort of, you know, what do you call it? When they're people from Adam's community are now in my community, so there's like crossover. First leader ID, first term. And that reduces that. Yeah, you're important. I have one emote for subs, which is this. Hey, not sane. It's my little wave that playing with scissors help make for me. Second leader ID, second term. And who can we can do this one too, like that. This is just 2 and 2. Like that. Cool. This is working out a lot. I'm removing a lot of lines of code here. I like this. So this is term 1. I should run this. To make sure I didn't break anything now. Yeah, you can oppress the non. Well, hold on. Be nice to your plebs. Be nice to them. Okay. Yes, we're gonna run the tests from the test explorer. I really hope I didn't break anything already today. It's too early to break things. Okay, good. We didn't break anything. Yes, plebs are people too. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here to refactor. I just have to be very careful. The term number has to be in the correct spot there. And this is leader ID and 9. Oh, and it has entries. Here's where I got to be careful. So those entries I got to push into the mock log, then have them received unless this is doing it. Okay, yeah, I can't. Okay, here's an example of one I can't do. Unless I made an overload, which I guess I could. Let's make an overload, shall we? Let's make an overload that takes entries. And it's just going to put them in that message.log is what it's going to do. So we're making an overload. Like this. Actually, hold on. We'll have to pull this in. And put that here, and I guess we don't use the commit, right? Hold on, let me find out what it was. This is the one that had it, right? No. It's the one that has this one right here. It doesn't do anything with the... Let me look at the lens. Get lens, where are you? What did I change on line? 16, 40, 40, whatever. Yeah, leader commit was 0, so I'm good. So this special one will take a const vector of Raft entry, log entries. Okay, and then we're doing much the same thing here. Actually, I could make this even the base overload, right? I could put it here and then add the leader commit. There. And then we just need to, instead of doing this, oh wait, man, this is different. I don't want to do it this way. It is slightly different. We'll make that 0, and we still do this, but we have additional entries. Message dot entries log equals entries. Okay. Go back to where that was used. Back. Here we go. Let me build that and test it. That didn't really save me any lines, but it'll save me lines if I do it a second time. That's what it comes down to. Don't break. Okay, we're good. We're good. You can make a nip one as well. Not important people. That's up to Twitch. I can't create roles. I'm not special enough. Oh, I'm searching for the wrong thing. I really want to search for append entries. This one. Interesting, I was already using it from before. Okay, so I couldn't use it here because it uses this a different variant of that, right? So it's leader ID term, not new term. Yeah, I wonder why I didn't use new term there. Anyway, and then it is this first entry moved in, so like that replaces. Oh well, we need this entry like that, and that replaces that. Correct. And it looks like we have another one. So, oh, but I need a leader commit for this one. Okay, we'll have another overload for that. And there's no log. Oh, wait a minute. Then I don't need another overload, do I? But it has, why does it have that previous 0? Actually, that'll still work, right? So, oh no, we're pushing a second entry in, and we have to say leader commit. So I do need a new overload. So let's set that second entry there. We do this like that. Integer literals, yeah, for unit tests, you just have to throw you use random numbers that they have to add up, right? So the whole thing was that actually I guess these term numbers don't really matter. The only thing that matters is that the majority of the cluster applies a log entry, and we advance the commit index, which is when the leader commit says 1, then the follower goes to 1. All right, let's make that overload. So it's 1. It's like this, but we need also that leader commit. So have one call the other. Let's put it here. Was that an int or a size? It was a size. That goes here, and then the other one calls the other one. Okay, let's try that out. Oh, I have a compiler error. Oh, yeah, I decided to put the leader commit in front of the entries. That's why. Okay, cool. Let's try it. Go, Raft. Okay, still good. Phew. I really want to search for this. Not that one. This, no, not that one. I want to search for this. Okay, no. Search for that with a semicolon on the end, please. There we go. Okay. Here's where I really should have had a multi-clipboard thing. Okay. Type it all again. So it's receive. Yes, it's that. Leader. 2. Term 8. Commit. Hold on. How do we say that one's committed if it's not in the log already? Oh, we haven't append log entries, so it should be in there. Okay, yeah, it should compute this for me. Let me make sure. You know, what would be really nice is if I could click anywhere here and then hit a button that scrolls to the correct test. Right now I have to eyeball it and say reinitialize, and then I have to go down and find it. Reinitialize here. It'd be useful if there was a button that scrolled to it, wouldn't it? Okay. What framework am I using for the graphics or going to use? I was thinking Pixie.js or Phaser. Just based off of, I was watching Adam's channel and the graphics he uses, it's more than what I need. So, at least to start with. Since the client will all be in JavaScript, it'll be a framework like that. Yes, sir. Okay, this is again. Commit 1. Actually, the last one should have had a commit 1 as well. This should have had a 1. Oh, wait a minute. This is going to break, right? Let's see. Let's watch it break. I want to see a test break. Break. Actually, it might not break because they're supposed to be idempotent. Yeah. What would cause it to break is if we, what? If we said term 9 or something. No, that would still work. Yeah, if we said 0 here. And I remove this. I want to see it break. Oh, wait a minute, there's a log here. That's important. But I want to see it break, so I'm gonna comment that out. Run the test, please. I think if I click that a little too early, it doesn't run it. See, yeah, I broke it. I broke it. We did it, chat. We broke it. Run again. Fixed, I hope. Uh-oh. No, I broke it for real this time. It expected 2 entries, right? It should have rewritten those 2. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, this is a special test. It's supposed to overwrite, so to overwrite... I want the thing under test to do the overwriting. So yeah, I can't do that. Can't use the helper there. This has got to basically start from 0 and overwrite with these two entries. So yeah. Oh well. Unless I made an override that took the previous index. I don't know. Could I do that? It would look like what? Oh, and I've already lost. Oh, yeah. So it would look like... I lost what I had in my clipboard. I mean, the undo history. I lost the undo history. Okay, so the overload would like have another number here. It runs the risk of becoming unreadable because you just don't know the meaning of these numbers. That's the problem I have. Unless I were to like, well, I guess you could use IntelliSense and you'd be able to see it. Yeah, so I'm thinking about doing another overload of this. This one takes the previous log index. And so this reduces to say if previous log index is 0, then the term, well, assign it regardless. If it's 0, the term is 0. Otherwise, we get the term from the log. Or actually, I guess we get it from there. Shouldn't we get it from the log, though? Shouldn't this do this? And it's 1 base, so I gotta subtract 1 term. I think it should be doing that. Anyway, this will call the other one. Leader ID, term, leader commit, and then mock log entries.size, and then the entries. Uh-oh. Possible data loss. Warning. Oh, what happened here? Oh, the index. Isn't that a size T anyway? I just had that wrong. Yeah. That's why the warning triggered. All right. Try again. Still fails. Interesting. So... oh, because this clears messages out. Do I really care? Receive a success. Okay. It's more trouble than it's worth, isn't it? Let's undo all this stuff. Yes. More trouble than it's worth. Going after only the low-hanging fruit this morning. Not all the fruit, just the low-hanging fruit. I don't like how it scrolls back. Gotta like click a test up here to stop it from scrolling. Anyway. Searching for this again. This one we can use it, right? Oh no, it relies on the messages sent again. Actually, okay, maybe I do want to do what I was doing before. Damn it, I already lost the undo history. I'm thinking making an overload that doesn't clear the messages sent. So this clears the messages sent. Well, I guess it's not too expensive to do that. Actually, yeah, it could just be a default parameter. Why not? Yeah, default parameter. So clear messages sent equals true, and then we can overwrite it. If then clear. So we clear it and then call it. Leader ID 2, term 8, and then entries here. Actually, we want a leader commit, and then entries, and then false. It's getting a little bit ugly, but it's like a trade-off. Do I want more lines or an easy-to-read thing? This being not as easy to read, but it's shorter. Try that out. Nope. What did I screw up? Only put one entry in the log. Huh? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I don't want it, didn't want... I could use this one, yeah, again, I can overload this again. Shoot. Do I want to do it? Yeah, why not? Use more default entries, why not? So it's 0. Like what I had before, right? Yeah, let's just do it. Give me a lot of damn overloads to this function. Kind of waffling on this. Going back to trying it again now. I don't think I can do this. Can I? Yeah, I can't do that. And I was thinking I could just do this. And then this just calls the other one. With the size of the current log. Clear entries. Clear messages sent. Actually, I'm thinking this mobilized server, I really don't want that. Let's remove it from all the places. We have to add it back though. Don't need it there. Don't need it there. Don't need it there. Actually, don't. Looks like I mobilized a server anyway, so it's not a big deal. Okay, here I might not. Yeah, here we need a mobilized server. Yes. Yeah, we have become leader. Okay. goes there. Okay. Let's try it. Yay! I don't know about you guys, but like refactoring is just more tiring to me than normal work. And having so many overloads of this function makes me a bit nervous. All right, so this one, leader is 2, term is 8, commit is 1, previous index 1. Next entry, and we do not clear the messages. Oh, hold on. Something did fail. I thought I had a green light. Was I just not patient enough? Oh, I wasn't patient enough. Shoot. And I just broke this one. Goodness. 2 entries. Oh, did I get the term number wrong there? Follow or receive append entries fail your old term. Oh, yeah, okay, I can't do that. Because this term is wrong. Okay, fair enough. Oops, I didn't mean to debug. 2764. Wait a minute. 2772. How did I screw this one up? Is it because of that? Hold on, let's use the lens. 2758. Is it this mobilized server? Oh yeah, it has to be mobilized before. I mean, after the log is set up. That's probably what it is. Okay. Careful. Okay, so this one is special because that term number doesn't match this term number, the old conflicting entry. The new conflicting entry is not used at all. Anyway, we put one entry in the log that has a term of 6, and then a leader pretends to append entries, but it says its previous is 7, so that's the case of failure because of old term. So I'd have to add another overload that takes in a different log term, or I just give up on this one and move on. Actually, this is the same thing. The old one, previous not found. Actually, what am I doing here? These aren't used at all. Next entry is used, but these are not. There's no conflicting entry. This is one where there's nothing in the log at all, and then the leader says, yeah, I have one in the log. Yeah, I think those are special cases we can't do anything about. This one I can replace, though. 2, 5, Leader commit 95. Can I use this one? I think I can. I can say 6, 7, 1. Previous log index 0. Entries. And then whether or not we clear messages, we don't, doesn't matter. All right. Let's run them all. I'm getting nervous that I'm breaking stuff. Good. Didn't break anything. Stale append entries deserves a failure response. Leader ID term -1. Leader commit is 1. No entries. Previous term 0. And don't clear the messages. Leader 2 term 2. And everything else defaults. Okay. Actually, hold on. Yeah, we're good there. Okay. Actually, that goes down here, doesn't it? So it's 2 term, and we don't need any of this stuff. Right. Same term, different leader, ignored. Okay. Don't tell a log keeper to commit if commit index unchanged. So term 1 and 0 for the previous index, and then no entries. And false. Don't actually doesn't matter. Oh, and that goes here. And this is extraneous. I don't need that. Because doesn't mobilize server do the wait? It does. I'm sorry if this is dull, folks, but it's got to be done. I got to clean up this code. And when I break things, I got to fix them. It can get a bit dull, though. I understand if this isn't your cup of tea. Commit start count 0. Oh, did this send it twice? Hold on. Ask the lens 3300. Oh, we did send it twice. Okay. Got it. So we sent it twice. We sent it, got the commit, and then sent it again since it was unchanged. It should stay the same? That doesn't seem right. That's what it does, though. It sends the same exact message twice. Okay. Why do I have a test for that? Don't tell logkeeper to commit. Oh, we're counting the number of times that it got commit. All right, I got it. Basically, we don't want to bother the log by telling it to commit again if the index didn't change. It's one in both cases. Got it. Okay. Makes sense now. Okay. Do not commit to log any entries we do not have. So here, leaders to term, commit, index, and I don't have an overload for that. It has to have an empty list. Okay, good. Oh, did I miss this one? Oh, no, I just forgot to clean. I forgot to clean here. How come there's a blank line there? That makes me nervous. Whenever there's a blank line that shouldn't be there, makes me nervous that I might have screwed something up. 3,300. Was there a blank line in there before? What? 3318, sorry. 3318. Oh, there was a blank line there before. Huh. Okay. No more. And then we don't need this stuff. Okay, I think we're almost done. So this all gets replaced with leader is 5, it's term, and nothing's in the log, so we can say that's it, right? No, there's a log. So standard move entry. There we go. That might be it for as far as append entries, because there's only one special one now. Everything else goes through these helpers now. And let's see if we still pass. Then I'll look at the damage in terms of line count. Okay, what's the line count damage? Okay, I cut 200 lines down, right? That would get lens agree? No, I only cut 100 lines down. Oh, 100's better than nothing. Should go ahead and commit that. So we extracted out all the append entries calls that we could. And removed an unnecessary mobilized server there. Yep. I mean, it looks good. We're cutting down the lines. It's just doesn't add up to a huge number. Better than nothing. Server tests refactoring. Extract. What is it called? Receive append entries from mock leader. I wish I could like click in this other window while I'm typing this, but it won't let me. It's modal. It sucks. It's a minus point. If there weren't little minus points like this, I'd buy this smart git right away. But right now, I'm just writing the free evaluation until February 2nd, and then deciding if I want to keep using it or move on to something else. And use them in tests to reduce line count and redundancy. All right, what's next? How many times do I do this set leadership delegate? Enough times, I think it deserves to be pulled out. Hey there, point comp. Sure, go ahead. Thing is, do all these delegates, they don't all do the same thing. That one just sets a true. This one, actually, that also sets a true, doesn't it? This one is sort of a superset of the others, right? So maybe I just move this straight into the helper, into the framework. So star setup, right? I had to hit enter. I can't hit escape. I had to hit enter and then get there. Okay, set server delegates. So maybe this is the right place. And we just have to, I just have to move these out. To be properties of this fixture. Do you know why Clang under Windows might be treating a long double as a regular double and dividing two numbers and losing precision? My guess would be that somehow it's doing a well, no. I was gonna say it might, depending on how you write the code, it might be converting it to double first. Because long double is sort of an unusual type, right? You don't see long double a lot. But if you're saying it's only under Windows, I don't know. That's weird. Do you have the code in like a gist or something we could look at? Maybe someone else watching might have an idea. And then I'd be able to, maybe I might see something. If you have it in a gist or something, that'd be great. We can look at it. So we're going to replace this with just this. And we're good. So I don't need to do that setup in this arrange anymore. Nor do I need to do it here. Nor here. Nor here. That wasn't too hard. I don't know if you're gonna, if you're putting it in a gist or not, but just in case you are, and I want to get a little research it a tiny bit. So let's see, long double Clang Windows. Calculations with long double and Clang compiler bug. Oh, this sounds like it might be promising. This is a bug in Clang. It prints out the maximum double value. Long double in Clang has 64 bits of precision. Well, that's not right. Shouldn't long double have 80 bits? That might be your problem. I guess for some reason, Clang thinks long double should be 64 bits. Yeah, I thought long double was 80 bits. Yeah. Yeah, 80 bit. So why would Clang make it 64 bits? I wonder if this answer is correct. Clang long double bits. So maybe it's not, is it not defined in the standard? Yeah, x86. Most compilers implemented is 80-bit extended precision. May use 128-bit. Yeah, does it say anything about Clang here? Nope. So maybe it's just a Clang issue. For some reason, they only made it 64 bits for that architecture. This looks interesting. Long double size on x86 is 12 bytes, not 16 bytes. And 16... Wait a minute. That doesn't add up. 16 times 8, 128. 12 times 8. Yeah, 96 or 128, that's not even right. Either way. Alright, you're saying it's line 244, right? And yeah, what are S and scale? S is a 64-bit integer, and scale is what? Long double. Is it because this is an integer? It might be promotion rules. What happens if you were to cast that to long double type before dividing by scale, since that's an integer? Unless I'm looking at this wrong. S is an int 64, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I guess it's probably not the case that it's because this is this probably doesn't need to be casted to long double type first. I'm guessing it's like we were saying here that there's some issue with that particular implementation of Clang, or that particular target architecture for Clang. So that sucks. So one way to test that, right, I guess, would be what they say to do here, right? Is to play around with double max and L double max and see what you actually get on that architecture. Yeah, sorry, dude. That sucks. If you need that precision and you can't get it on that architecture, that kind of sucks. Hmm. Clang long double. 64 bits. Huh. Looks like there might be switches. M long double 64 and M long double 128. Check your compiler switches too. I mean, this is not a Clang one, this is a GCC one, but maybe there's something about that too. Okay, GNU org is not. Long double. Yeah. So maybe there's something with this. There are switches M long double 64 to control the default. I didn't even know this. I just assumed it was 80 bits. Find out a lot of things when you actually try it out in the real world, don't you? All right. Where was I here? I think I was, I just checked in, right? No. Oh, right. I had refactored that part, and I had run it, and it's good. Okay, so we'll check that in. So this is moving the leadership change delegate to the fixture. Server tests refactoring. Move leadership change. I need to fix my mic's position here. Oh, my chair is in a rut. Line up better, chair. Okay, move leadership change delegate to fixture. No problem, Voidcamp. Voidconf, Phil. I'm pretty sure I got bad posture. Sit down too much. I need to like stand up and move around more. Okay, what's the damage? 3,600. Okay. Some of these tests, you know, these dang tests are too long. Ooh, what's this serialized message doing here? That's like a remnant of some old code, I think. We actually check it here. Why? Why am I checking it? Does it really matter? I don't think it matters because that's the domain of message tests, right? To check the serialization. Yeah. Already checks it. Why am I bothering to check it? I think this is old. Unless I was really checking all these individual fields. It would be just better to check the fields. So instead of, well, I could just check that entries matches log, right? Oh, I already do it here. Oh, but we're checking, we should make sure it gets into the message too. Okay, so instead of serializing the message, let's just do the expect equal entries for message sent dot log, message dot log, right? And then I don't need to check this. Unless I really meant to check all these fields. I guess we could check them all. Why not? Let's do them all. So expect equal 3 for the term. Leader commit should be 1. Previous log index 1. Previous term 1. Get rid of this now. Leader append log. Leader append this one. Cool. Still good. So. I wonder how many times we do this one. A lot. Okay, maybe that's my next target. In fact, we do it there too. I think that's going to be my next target. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in like a minute or two. Hello, I'm back. I'm going to refactor this out, I think. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. I like to give shoutouts to other streamers who I know. So Mr. Muffles, shout out to him. Check his stream out when he streams. He's working on a Metroidvania style game in Unity, so can't wait to watch his stream again. This game looks really well polished, even though he's still working on it. So you can learn more about parallax and pixel art and what have you been doing lately? Animating effects, health globes that rotate, all sorts of cool things. Today is a refactoring day. Yay! Plan is very simple. I try to make it right. Trying to cut down the size of the test code and remove redundant stuff. So it feels like a spring cleaning day in some ways. Like I'm not writing new code. I'm just looking for ways to tidy it up. Right, so this block here, I think I'm going to make into a helper. Similar to this receive append entries. So put it there. What shall we call it? Receive append entries results, I suppose. And we'll have to say who it came from. So int instance, and we'll give it a term. And I guess, yeah, what we match, I guess. That's a size t. Match index and then success. So let's default it while we're at it. Instance term match index success. Okay. Get set up to use it in as many places as I can that do that. So here's one. So here it's instance term mock log entries size success. And then here, sorry, Mr. Muffles, are you streaming again today? I thought you were gonna stream yesterday. I guess I'm hoping today or tomorrow, right? You're getting your webcam set up as soon as it arrives tomorrow or something like that, right? Supposed to stream yesterday? Yeah. I was looking out for you. I'll keep looking out for you. Try to pop in when you stream. So term 7, match index 1 success. Yes. Isn't this nice? I can just delete those lines of code. There's like a satisfying feeling of deleting large amounts of code. You don't have Amazon Prime anymore? Oh no. Shoot. That sucks. I'm sorry. Instance terms. Okay, here's where I gotta be careful. I guess we're gonna put this inside of this, right? It's match index 1 false in that case, and here it's match index 2 true. Frugal mode, yeah. I understand that. Makes sense to me. Wait for at least one more. Yes, so this goes away. This goes away. That goes away. All that goes away. Excuse me. Just about over this cold, I think. One of those bad colds where just cough because you had that tickly sensation right near your voice box. All right. Moving on. Okay, here the instance is 2, term is 8, match 1, false. Does that do a... Wait, yes it does. Okay, cool. 2, 8, 0, false. 2, 8, 0, false. And then again, 2, 8, 1, true. Aha. Instance. Term 1, match index 42. I don't think we care if it's a true or not, right? We just ignore it. Okay. Where do we send the message? Down here. So 2 times, we're going to say sender is 2, term is 3, match index is 1. We're sending it twice for some reason. Alright, so ignore duplicate append results. Got it. So it was intentional to send it twice. Alright, so let's see. Oh, it's in the loop. Instance. Term 7. Match 1, success. Whoops. Keep slipping on the keyboard. I hit the wrong key. So frustrating. Alright. It's instance. Term. Match 1, success. Okay. Okay, here it's 12, term, 0, false. Instance number, I'm not always consistent with my terminology, am I? 1, true. And again, instance number, term 1, true, okay. Term 1, true, yeah. What is this doing? Apply joint configuration once servers are caught up. Okay. Sounds good to me. We're caught up because we're saying we're matching that entry. That's what we're doing. Okay, yes. Term 1, true. It's all the same. Okay, this one's a bit different, right? So it's first it's from 7, term 1, and then it's from 6. So it's 2 different mock followers responding, and then, okay, then 5 is last. Okay. Instance number. I'm gonna have to turn the heat up soon. It's cold. It's friggin' cold here. Why is it so cold? And I was wondering in August, why is it so damn hot? I think it's because when I was at Qualcomm, I was in an office building which had a steady 72 degrees all day long. Now, working from home, I'm at the mercy of whatever I set my heater to, and like Mr. Muffle said, in frugal mode, we don't turn up the heat when it's cold, until it gets real cold. And then in the summer where it's hot, we don't have AC at all, so it's sort of baking. Ah, well, it is what it is, right? Oh, what happened to my Clippy board? I want that in my Clippy board. There we go. Instance, term. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Oh, this is slightly different. No AC? Yeah, well, we kind of got lucky we got a house where we get an ocean breeze, even though we're not near the ocean. So it's like a pretty cool, pretty good combination where it's not too expensive, but we don't need AC so much because we get a bit of the ocean breeze. But still, it does get a bit uncomfortable. They just kind of live through it for a month or two. All right, so instance number term. Okay, here it's different. I guess I want to put that into this if, right? Because it's the match numbers are different. We either match 0 and we do not succeed, or we match 1 and it is successful. It's nice that I can cut out this other code though. Yeah, so it's a trade-off, right? So it's uncomfortable, but we save a lot on electricity, so it's nice. In fact, like the other day when I got raided by Irish John Gaming while I was answering the door for a solar panel solicitor, I kept trying to tell the guy, look, I don't have AC. So it's not like I need, not like my energy bill is that high. Go away, please. I didn't say that part, but I thought it. I'm like, dude, I don't need solar panels. Go on to someone else, please. What am I doing here? I guess that goes here, right? The guy like kept trying to sell me solar panels for like 5 minutes, and I was giving him every hint that I didn't want it. But I was trying to be... Thing is, I'm just too nice. I don't know about you guys, but like, I'm too friggin' nice. I won't just say... I won't slam the door on them. I won't say, get the hell off my property. I don't say no solicitors. I try to like, yeah, look, sorry, I don't really need it, Oh, but sir, you're eligible and you'll get tax credits. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't want it. Go away. In my mind, I'm thinking that, but I'm trying to be nice about it. I'm too friggin' nice. Instance. Term. It is match 2, and we succeed. Yeah. All right. I think I might be, I see the cursor is near. Oh, yeah, we're done. Let's see if I broke anything. It felt great to be rude. Oh no. I don't know about that. For myself, like I would just feel bad about it afterwards. More power to you if you don't feel like I do. I get what is the word? Not apologetic. Guilty. I feel guilty for being rude. So I try not to be. I think it's my Catholic upbringing. I'm a recovering Catholic, by the way. Okay, so I didn't break anything. What's the line count down to? 34, to 3,500. I think it's okay to be rude though if the people don't take the non-rude approach and like if they're rude themselves and you try not to be rude and they don't get it, then you can go into rude mode. That's fine. All right. Slowly whittling this file down, but I don't know if I'm not going to get to the target without splitting this up into separate test fixtures, I'm pretty sure. So mostly the refactoring was extracting the append entries result stuff, so stage that, commit, refactoring, extract, whatever I called it, receive append entries results method. Period. Push that. Okay, now. What can I do with some of these longer functions? I mean, they're not terribly long. This is a bit unwieldy. But we're doing something complicated here. These are some test cases I added last night, some real tricky corner cases. Do not call commit configuration when replaying old single reconfiguration command. I mean, the name alone should tell you it's friggin' scary. And so, yeah, same thing here. Call delegate on commit configuration. There's not much I can do because it's setting up complicated structures that it's then submitting. This one's nice and readable. We're adding 12, aren't we? I think I might call the refactoring, not call it for refactoring, but to say that that's as much as I can extract for in terms of methods and common code out of these tests. So I might just have to split it because it's too big. So how would I split this? From a very, very high level view. 500 lines for the fixture, so maybe one file for the fixture, and then I suppose I could just split this into 3 like I was talking about earlier. The election related tests, the log replication tests, and the reconfiguration tests. So let's do it. How do I want to do this though? All flat under source or make a subdirectory? Oh, let's make a subdirectory. So, new folder, server tests. And in that folder, we will copy this file a couple times. And we'll make one of them server tests HPP. And then we'll say elections. Replication. And reconfiguration. Okay, so here's the header. This module declares the test fixture used, or declares the fixture used to test the Raft server class. The fixture is split. Actually, maybe I want to subclass it because then it'll show up. Yeah, I think let's try subclassing. We'll call this the base fixture. This fixture is subclassed to test various aspects of the class, including, and then we'll be nice and we'll list them here. Elections, the process of selecting a leader. And there's no period on that, right? So the next one, replication. Getting each server in the cluster to have the same log. And reconfiguration. Adding or removing servers in the cluster. Okay, and it's 2019, folks. Okay, so we're one more level removed from our internal stuff. I don't know if we'll need all this, actually. We just want to declare it's no longer in, we'll call this namespace server tests. Actually, do I want it to be called the same? I'm thinking. I could call it server. And then these should be tests, maybe. Like this, server. Tests. I sort of have this convention that all the concrete test fixtures and groups have tests at the end. And then this, yeah, it's a header. Okay. So it's namespace server. All right, we'll have them all in that namespace because that's the name of the. I like to make namespaces and directories match if I can. all, because it's shared, I need to pull out the bodies separately. So I will need to have a server test CPP. So that is not declared here. I hope I can default it here, but we'll find out. So a lot of this is going to be just declare here and put the body in the other file. Because that's the price you got to pay with header files. C++. Woot. Alrighty. Okay, so that's all the mocks. So we'll call, oh, this actually needs to be in the same. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. Can a test fixture be in a namespace? Or is this going to screw up Google test? It might, right? Because it uses the name of the structure as part of the name that it prints out. Actually, you know what I'm thinking about doing is merging the namespace with the structure type. No, that's not a good idea. We'll leave this in the global namespace for now. It's just that we have to say server here. Will that get confusing because that's the name, also the name of the class? It might. Shoot. Server tests again. This will just be a distinguished class? Well, no, that clashes. Well, we can give it I know what I'll do. I'll call this common. We'll call it common. This declares the base fixture used. Right. There we go. So it's namespace server tests. And then there's struct common within the namespace, right? Yes, I think I'll do it this way. So the namespace now includes, oh, not that much. Hold on, what did I do? Did I undo it? Yes, I did. So it includes this now. And that's where we end it. And delete all that stuff. Okay. This is the base class for the server test, the fixtures. This is the base class for the concrete server test, concrete fixtures. Fixtures? Guess we can say that too. So we don't, I don't need these anymore. Same namespace. I will remove all the code though. Whoops. All the code, bye bye. Bye bye code. See you in a bit. There's a lot of helpers that I made here. Thanks for the follow, Shark Deed. Awesome name. I like it. And actually, I should have said override here before. That's a bad habit not to say that. Modern C++, you want to mark which methods you are overriding from a base class. Okay, so here's the declaration of the base fixture. Let me see what I actually need. I don't need JSON value. Do I need limits? No. Do I need functional? Yes. Condition variable? Yeah. Hold on. No. Algorithm. That would be like min and max. I don't know. I probably don't need algorithm here. Mutex. No. Hold on. No. Probably need all of that and that. I don't need string extensions. Don't need vector. Yes, I need vector. All right, cool. Hey, what makes your not equal operator look like that? That's a cool font that I think it was Endless Zocker, one of my viewers, suggested. So you have to download the font first, and depends on what OS you're using and how you install it, but it's called Fira Code. So you just install that in your system, and then in VS Code you put it here under font family, and then you say font ligatures true, and it's the font ligatures that does the cool stuff. Like what's one that I really like in the code to do like greater than or equal to, right? So without the ligatures, if I turn that to false, it just goes back to that, right? True. The ligature takes two characters that are next to each other and forms a new glyph out of it. So yeah, it's just something that I think is cool. It's growing on me. If any time I get tired of it, I just take it out here and we're back to normal. Vera code. I've been meaning to make a font command for that, and I didn't get around to it. I will make a font command to answer that more briefly next time. Okay, so common is good. Message is referenced? Yes, it is right there. Okay, so common CPP. This module provides the implementation of the base fixture used to test that class, and I'm not going to elaborate any more than that. All right, so we're just going to include our own header. And then possibly include this stuff, I don't know. So the namespace stays, the code is what we keep. And we only keep the ones we need. Don't need the ones that we defaulted or deleted, hopefully. And then we need this one, only we're going to remove all the virtuals and all the overrides and just do that. It's just a systematic process of going through this, and we're splitting the declaration from the implementation, basically, because it's going to be shared between multiple modules now. Actually, I'm just going to eliminate all the virtual spaces, like that, and then remove all the overrides, like that. Search and replace in VS Code is very cool. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit click and then alt click all these guys. Watch this, I learned this yesterday. Alt click and then paste. Oh, IntelliSense needs to catch up though. Actually, why is it not catching up? Because this include didn't work? Maybe? I think that's why. I'm hoping that's why. If it's not, then I don't know. I'll learn in a minute what I did wrong. Okay, so all these are deleted or defaulted. Here, 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 paste. Cool, that's it for the fixtures. Now the test itself. So we're moving that in. Do I need to indent? I don't need to indent. This just becomes that, and it's server tests. Or is it common? What did I call it? I called it common, I think. Yeah, common. So there. Oh, I guess if you click twice, you remove a cursor. There. All the places. I sure hope Google Test lets me do this. I've never actually made a test fixture that has a base class before. So then paste. Cool, and then that becomes the namespace, and we're done. So just to test that, I guess I will add to our CMake lists the different files here that we made. So it's sources, so it's now has some extra sources. Server tests, common. We'll be using test-based coding for the game client as well. Probably not, because a couple reasons. I don't usually test user interfaces because just using them tests them. I want them to be thin, really just veneers on top of, really thin veneers on top of the components inside, which I would test. And I'm trying to put as much components as I can on the server side. So actually, if I did have client-side components, I might look into making tests for them, but I don't know yet how to do that in JavaScript. I've heard you could use Jest and other frameworks, but I don't know how to use them. I'd have to do some research first. So that's my full answer. Not unless I need complicated logic on the client, and if so, yes, I would. I don't usually test thin veneer like main programs or user interfaces. I try to put the logic into components. I'm heavily into component-oriented programming, which is slightly different than object-oriented programming. It's like object-oriented programming with armor. You have objects, but they have API armor. They encapsulate things, and they have as much as you can private, and have public APIs that you leave as doorways into your code. I use the more general term object-oriented programming to be like, they're just objects, they have fields and methods, have fun, right? Component-oriented programming is more of an engineering discipline where you have nice, correct APIs, good clean separation between components, that kind of thing. All right. I can run this now. CMake will now be happy, right? Oh, I missed something. Oh, source / is important. So all these places. There. Done. I suppose I have to compile at least once to get this to work. All right, I didn't do something right because it's really mad at me right now. Mock timekeeper is not a class or namespace, really? But it is. Oh, did I not have the namespace correct? That's possible. Yeah, that's what it was. Now maybe be a little bit happier. Still some problems. What happened here? What'd I do? I think this got duplicated. That's what happened there. What's this one? Variables, right? Variables is defined inside the scope of that class, but not outside. So I do this trick where I say auto, and then I move it to the right side. And that makes it happy. You can't repeat defaults, so all these, gotta kill those. Okay. All defaults are removed. Defaults are in the header file only. You're not supposed to redeclare defaults. Okay, so it's other files that are complaining. So we'll fix those other files now. So election tests. This module contains the unit tests of the Raft server class that have to do with the election process. The election process aspects of the Raft Consensus Algorithm. Am I spelling that right? You ever have one of those moments where you're like, I think I might be spelling something wrong? No, I'm spelling it right. By the way, if you're looking at this and wondering what the hell is Raft, it's an algorithm I'm using to do replication of server state. So let's see this. So we're going to leverage the common header. Oh, I forgot to go back here and check if I'm actually needing all these things. So condition variable? Nope. Function? Yes. JSON? No. Limits? No. Need to X? No. Pretty sure I need all those. Excuse me. All right. So so we don't need. Okay, yeah, we're done with this, right? Do we need string extensions? That would be sprintf. Yes, I'm using that. Okay. Vector. Yes. Okay, that's good. So election tests. Hold on, wait a second. Just checking the header. Okay, yeah. All these have the wrong copyright, by the way. Wonder why it doesn't find that. Oh, it's old. That's why. When there's a compiler error, it puts a marker there, and even if I change it here, it doesn't like refresh because IntelliSense doesn't touch markers placed by the compiler. The problem with VS Code that I have. But oh well, I live with it. So namespace is server tests. And we're going to define a derived fixture. So we're going to indent this guy. But it's not going to have much in it. This is a test. Right, so it's going to be elections tests. Election tests? How about election tests? Election test is better, right? Okay, so I don't need, I don't think I need anything. I think I just delete everything. It's, which means, no, I just have to derive the correct thing. It's public common. And then, let's just see if this works. I don't know if this will work. Delete all the stuff which is in common now. Actually, you know, common ought to have some of these things, right? Let's put some of these back into common. The things that are like sort of don't fit into election reconfiguration or replication. Yeah, so like let's say these, for example. Let's pull those out and then put them in common. down. We'll make a fixture called the common tests. Or do we just call it server tests? Let's see what it's named if I put it into a namespace. So these tests actually can I put them into a namespace like this? I've never actually done this. And then just put wherever we have server tests, just call it common. Is that gonna work? Uh-oh. What'd I do? Oh, this is server test. Blew away. I changed the name of the namespace by accident. I think we're good. So I just need to clean this stuff up so that it builds. Actually, let's comment everything out for now. Actually, I can take the contents of this and paste it all over these files for now, right? Just to build everything commented out. Oh, I should probably put a header guard on this, right? Raft test server tests common. What's the error? No matching. Oh. Yeah, okay. Actually, I should have done it in this file. In this file, it's reconfiguration tests. I should just, while I'm here, fix up the header. The reconfiguration process, and then replication. Replicating server state across the entire cluster. Okay. Okay, build, but what happens when I actually run the when I have it rediscover test? What is it going to tell me? Okay, it's common dot. I guess I'm okay with that. Well, no, I'm not. It should say server tests. I wanted to say server tests. So it makes me think I should have in this. Leave common the way it is, but then have a fixture called server test, which derives from common. Let's try that. So, like I did here, only it's derived from common, and it's called. I guess should be redundant. It's just called server test. This is the test fixture for these tests. Okay. Oh, why did I put it there? It should go right before the tests. I don't know. I was being dumb. Okay, there's the tests. There they go, and then this goes there. And then it's probably time to excuse me. Probably time to remove the old server tests. Goodbye, server tests. Good knowing you. Deleted. Good thing we have version control for when I screw up. Okay, so it's going to look distressingly vacant here. That server test only has the common pieces now. On the plus side, it runs really fast. Okay, let's fix that though. So the common tests are now just called server tests, and then I guess it's okay. Well, should just be should it be server test underscore maybe? I haven't done this before, so I'm kind of vacillating and trying to figure out what convention I want. Maybe test doesn't belong because it's already taken by the outside, and these are sort of really just testing the same class but different aspects, so that maybe those should have, like, the word test should not be in the name, maybe. And then do that. And then in, let's say, election. Here we can say perhaps server tests elections. And then we'll use that for the name. So let's uncomment let's just pick one for now. And then we'll put that there and see what that does. Subcommand failed. No appropriate default constructor. Why? Oh, because it's outside the namespace. Yeah, so basically it's okay with being in a namespace, which is good. Yeah, so that's what I kind of wanted to see, that it's grouped together but still part of the server tests. It's just a subset. And then that fits well with the directory structure. The underscore takes the place of the slash in the path. I like that. Okay, well, we're going to do that way. So everywhere that we have server tests, comma, it will be elections. And then I need to just pick out the ones that are election specific. Okay, thanks, Mr. Muffles. See you later. Hopefully you stream later and I can watch your stream. Okay, election. Okay, this is good. So I'm going to uncomment all the election related tests out. Request vote, request vote, request vote, server votes. Incrementing term in election, yes. No, not unanimous vote. Retransmits vote. Yeah, that's still part of the election, right? Does not retransmit too quickly. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to make that part of a common. So those will be election. This one is not election related. It's really, yeah, these retransmissions are sort of part of the core logic. So I'm going to take those out and put them back into common here. Uncomment them out. And this is just replaced by that. So far, so good. So back to elections. So any more things that are election related? There we go. Some of these are, yes. Time up for a majority vote. Receive vote. Yeah, a lot of these first tests were election related because I did those features first. Grant vote, reject vote. All the voting related ones, yes. Do not start vote. Do not start a new election. Candidate should revert. Okay. And then those are not related to elections. Heartbeat. I'm going to say that those are common. All the heartbeat related ones. Okay, and then this is, yeah, so those are common ones again. Common's getting kind of full though. All right, more election related ones. Election one's getting kind of full too. Leadership gain, announce later. Leader append log entry. Okay, that's, I guess that's election related. Follower appends log entry? No. No, that's part of replication. Okay, so that's election related. Announce leader, a leadership gain. Yep. Okay. This is replication stuff. Okay, so let's pull this into replication. Pending entries. Advancing the commit. Last index, yeah, so yes. That one's not. So, okay, these ones are. They'll go under replication. They go here. So uncomment, and then this one is replication. And this whole word goes here. Right? Is that how we did this one? I forget already. Yep, okay. So these are replication tests. And then, what else? Actually, I think this is replication based. That one's election based. So, okay, this one's replication. So I don't need copies of all this stuff, do I? Let me nix all these copies out. Boom. Gone. This one is replication. Okay. This is voting process. That goes under, yeah, it actually goes here, doesn't it? This one is replication. This one's election again. Again, election based. This one's replication. Okay. Comment. Find replace, that's replication. And then this is elections stuff, right? Casting of votes. Vote request. Votes. That's election oriented. Getting kind of dangerously long here, 1,000 lines. Not too terrible though. This one, again, replication. They're kind of just like splitting tests and putting them into the right bins here. This one's election. It's a casting of a vote. Okay, here's where we're starting to get to reconfiguration. So when we have this config in it, this is server test reconfiguration. Apply config. Step down from leadership. Become non-voting member. Yes, all this is reconfiguration stuff, right? Yeah, I think that this will be a good split. Because it's naturally following the progression I made when I was developing this in the first place. I first did election stuff, then I did replication, then I finished with reconfiguration. So these are all reconfiguration related tests, right? Yes. Apply, do not apply, blah, blah, blah. Joint consensus. Joint consensus. Well, actually, that might really have to do with election. And that too. Yeah, so this is moving to reconfiguration. All this stuff is reconfiguration. Reconfiguration. Okay. Joint consensus is about... where does that belong? Maybe in common? Yeah, let's put them in common. No, hold on. This is replication. It's consensus about a replicated log entry. This one is about elections. This one is replication. So is that one. So is that. So is that. So is that. Yep. These are all replication corner cases. Okay, and then there's votes. So that's vote, it's election process. So these are replication. This one's election because it says votes. This one's replication. Should clear joint configuration state. Hold on. First things first, that's replication. Where does this one go? Joint configuration. I guess that's reconfiguration. That one goes in with reconfiguration. All right, and index is replication. This is reconfiguration. Again. So this is reconfiguration. If I did this right, then all three of these should be about the same size. In the end. So this is election related. Okay, good. We're done. So how do we do? Actually, let's just build it first. Make sure I didn't screw anything up. And then I should have a lot of tests. But they should all pass, right? They all pass. Run all the other things. Okay, so how did we do? Common is 620 lines, that's good. Election is 1200. Reconfiguration is 870. Replication is 800. Not too bad. So I have a little bit more testing for the election process. I guess that makes sense because it's the oldest code, so it's been the most well covered. Reconfiguration and replication are about the same, roughly. Bit more for reconfiguration because it's more complicated. I guess that makes sense. So ready to check this in, right? I feel better about this. So now I can, like, I have 3 groups. And I can filter off of those groups on the command line if I run tests and stuff. Okay, I like it. Let's check it in. Everything, all the things get checked in. Stage it all. We're doing it. Server tests, refactoring. Refactoring. Okay. My mic keeps shifting away, along with my chair. Come on, center chair. There we go. Split server tests into 3 parts. Elections, replication, reconfiguration. Cool. All right. I might be done with that for now. Because I'm happy when any module is on the order of 800 lines is great. This one is pushing it. I could do a second pass through this and chop it down a bit, but I don't know. We just have a lot of different cases we have to check. It's pretty compact now, except for some of these cases. I'm wondering if I need all these. It's okay. I won't look at. I won't. Oh, some of these are wrong. Let me fix this up a little bit. These don't have tests in the name. Should that be a plural? Elections? Which means that should be an S there, which means we need an S here. Right? I think so. S should be plural. And remove. Okay, so this is just clean up. Server tests. Clean up. Sort of a subset of refactoring. So elections. So what's cool is this SmartGit also let me set the font. So I also use the same Fira code font to do those ligatures. Isn't that cool? You can do greater than equal to, not equal to. You can even do triple equals makes the 3 bars. Triple not equal. 3 stars has a little raised star. It's kind of cool. I like it. Election and remove tests from names and comments. Basically. Okay. All right. I'm going to call it done for this. On to number 2. Refactoring the implementation. So, the problem with this implementation is that it's 2,273 lines long. I think a big part of that is that there's just a lot of things here, so maybe I need to split it the same way I'd split the tests. That might make sense. Although it's a little bit harder to split the implementation up because a lot of those things are related, right? So you replicate the log as a side effect of the reconfiguration, for example. All right, so one thing I could do is I could pull the shared properties out. That would pull out 180 lines. Okay, I guess it's not that much, is it? How much is the impl itself? Ooh, that's a big chunk. That's 1,600 lines. Well, let's collapse the whole thing and get a big picture view. So there's free functions for about 400 lines. And just random helpers. And then within the Raft namespace, there's the implementation, which is the bulk. Actually, this free, it's not just free functions, it also has the shared properties. I should have said that. Besides the impl, there are the public API implementations, which is not that big a deal. What? Only 270 lines? No, not even 220. So really, it's inside this impl. I gotta figure out what I can break off here. I don't really see any big one. They just kind of add up. What to do? What to do? I don't know. Maybe I just need to go from the bottom up, look for long functions. There's one that's pretty bad. They're long, but they're not reusing. They're not. There's not a whole lot of redundancy. That's the problem. They're just doing different things. There are different code paths for all three aspects. Maybe I really should split it up by aspect, like I did the test. So, the elections aspect, reconfiguration aspect, and replication aspect. So that would mean what? That I'd have a server, and then under that common, the same to reflect what the tests show. Okay, well, we can do a few things, like the declaration of the shared property structure and the impl structure can be split out. They have to be split out anyway. That's sort of a prerequisite for this. So let's make copies of this and call it server shared properties. And that's a .hpp at least. And then a server impl.hpp. All right. Server impl.hpp. This module contains the declaration of the Raft server impl structure. Copyright. Well, you know, I was wondering, should I do that or just do that? I'm just going to do that for now. This really is just a hangover from it used to be that you needed to do that on every file, but nowadays the thinking is you do not, because the Born Convention says you automatically have copyright over everything you create. It's just a matter of, could this be separated from my account somehow and end up like somewhere where people don't necessarily know it's me. That's why I keep it, because I'm not sure. Okay, so if we're just defining the shared properties, I can cut it after shared properties is declared, right? So after this, just delete everything. And we can't be in an anonymous namespace anymore. So we are in the namespace of Raft, I think. Actually, hold on. Did I screw up? No, I didn't. There's a Raft namespace. So we'll be in the Raft namespace. So it gets promoted a little bit. I'm guessing these are declared first because they're actually used. Yes. So maybe those really are types inside of the implementation. Hold on, let me see. In the original server, where's instance info used? It'd probably be better to do this, right? Impl. Hmm. These ones are specifically used only in a few places. I remember that. In that queue. And really, I should do that kind of matching. Oh, there's also a method. Okay. Method. I'm just trying to see what can I put into the same structure as just a type, or do I need to split them all out into their own header files? Like, does each of these structures deserve to have its own header? I guess it really doesn't hurt that much. So we'll have a instance info. And then we'll have a message to be sent. And then we'll have a leadership announcement. I wonder if I need the to be sent part. I think I do because... Oh, no, I don't. This one I do because it's got a receiver. This one does not. So I can just call that a leadership announcement. And then, again, config committed announcement. And that shared properties. Okay, so server shared properties, I think we need to include all these things, right? Instance info is used. Message to be sent, is it used? Yep. And probably other things. So we need to include all the headers we need. So config committed announcement. Instance info. Leadership announcement. Message to be sent. Yep, okay. And then I can remove them all from here. Yay. Okay, so hold on, did I screw this up? I did, didn't I? We'll get it back. Server impl on it doesn't have the right thing in it anymore. So let me fix this. So server, paste it back into server impl. Shared properties is just shared properties, right? So all this goes. No, config committed announcement. It's just declaring this structure. Right, so it's just that. Actually, not that at all. It's just that. So delete everything around it. And then what do I actually need? Standard def and cluster configuration. Where's cluster configuration? That's probably in cluster configuration. Okay. So that we need to include that. That's a public header. So Raft cluster configuration. Don't need anything else. Don't need that. Size t, it's always polite to include standard def for that. And that's it, right? Okay, so that's that. Instance info is just that structure, nothing else. See, it needs size t, it needs string. That's about it. So string and size t, which is standard def, which goes before string, and then all this other stuff goes away. And we're this is instance info. So it's declaring that structure. All right, leadership announcement. It defines that, it declares that structure. And we're going to remove the to be sent part. It doesn't need any headers. Look at that. It is a very clean structure. Message to be sent. Oh, what does it need? String, and that's it. Okay, I like these simple structures. So just string and nothing else. Okay, server impl, I guess we'll do that next. Oh, I've been forgetting these header guards, haven't I? What's something that had a header guard? Log entry. Oh, I forgot that header guard. Oh, well, let's put in all the missing header guards, shall we? Raft config committed announcement. That's one. Instance info. Leadership announcement. Message to be sent. It's been very, very quiet. No chat in the last half hour. I bet this is just extremely dull, which is fine. It needs to be done. I need to clean up. Cleaning up the code is important. Okay, what did I miss? All right, log entry. Message, it has one. Message to be sent, server impl. Shared properties. Okay, so how do we stand here? How come this is all complaining? I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. Cluster? No. Oh, did I edit the wrong CMake file? No, I just didn't edit this at all. Okay then. Source. Config committed announcement. Instance info. Leadership announcement. Log entry. Oh, what did I have? Oh, thanks for the follow. Jota95. Oh, log entry doesn't have. Okay, I was misreading that. Next one is message to be sent. And then server impl, and last but not least, server shared properties.http. Okay, so this one was good. This is good. Well, I need to rebuild things to figure out why is it not like log entry. Not a class or namespace. I probably did something very silly. Oh, I know what it is, I think. I am not in... What happened here? Did I just screw that file up? Let me see what the lens says. Oh, you know what? The problem is that I think it was depending on stuff that this was including before. Wait, why do I have an HTTP there? That doesn't make sense. I was just stupid. This does not a header, doesn't have a header guard. That's what it was. Interestingly, it will at least get to the link stage. Actually, it completely builds. We're not actually using this at all yet, which explains why it actually works. Because I haven't actually touched the original server.cpp at all. But I plan to very soon. Okay, so we need diagnostics. Do we need crypto? No. Do we need S-string would be O-string stream? No. Thread? Yes. By the way, the leadership announcement. It's not to be sent anymore. There we go. And this is not to be sent. There we go. Okay, we need future. Do we need map? Yes. And we need mutex. How about Q? Yes. Probably need all of that stuff. Random? Random would be that one. Mercine Twister. Time. No, we don't need it here. Okay. That's probably as clean as I can make. I need to fix the name though. This module declares? Contains the declaration of. How am I wording this usually? Contains the declaration of. Raft server shared properties. Structure. And sure, it's brandy new. Okay. That should have been fine. Why doesn't it like that? Config committed announcement. Is this not right? Oh, it isn't right. Look at that. It's got to be sent in it. We can still say that. Why not? Okay, so that's good. So now I can finally pull. Hold on, let me just check. This might not be good still. Yeah, this still has old crap in it. So this one we want to just have the impl in it. So remove the namespace, right? The anonymous namespace with all the free functions in it. We remove the print2. And here we're just going to declare, but not define, not define. So we're going to kill all the code, but just declare only this structure with its methods and properties. Which means it'll need a CPP file. At least one. And that might be how I split the code between like election. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. I'll probably split it between election, replication, and reconfiguration. So some of these methods are election related, other ones are replication related, and others are reconfiguration related. Yeah, some of these functions are real long. Some of them are common as well, like retransmissions to be sent doesn't care what's in the message, just retransmits them. Right, here's election related stuff. Yeah, I think I am going to split it by role, by the 3 parts. Okay, getting there. We're trimming the declaration. Oh, that's a big one. Trimming the declarations here. Separating interface from implementation. Literally what I'm doing. This is the interface to this structure. How it's implemented? Not specified here. It's in a different file. Your implementation is in a different file, Mario. Oh, that's the bad one. And that's the really, no, that's not the really, really, really bad one. Ooh. Oof. There. I think that's the really, really bad one. Some of these functions are just ugly. Okay, worker body loop. That actually refactored once before, along with this, so they're not too terrible. Okay, whew, done. Goodbye, rest of the file. So we're just declaring with all the documentation, all of the internal methods of the Raft implementation, right? Stuff like that will need to include the right headers, so instance info, for example. How come it can't find it? I think that's just a, yeah, just a hiccup. And then server shared properties. That shared properties is not the best word. In other components, I used a different naming convention. I used engine, so there's coordinator engine. I wonder if I should call it server engine or something. Engine's a stupid word too, though. We might be good with that. So let's see, what do I actually need? Do I need future? Yes. Do I need algorithm? Probably not. Map? Nope. Don't need map. Mutex. Yes. Actually, no. We get it as a side effect. Yeah, we don't need our own mutex there. How about Q? No. Random would be MT. We don't need random. O string stream? Nope. So we don't need S stream. Crypto. What am I using crypto random for anyway? I forget. Diagnostics sender. We do not need that one. Thread. Yes, definitely. And time would be time. Yeah, we don't need that one. Okay, good. Good. So it's going to need a corresponding CPP file separated from here, right? So that's server impl CPP for now. That's the next candidate to be split. So source server impl .cpp. Let's go work on that next. All right, server impl. The server impl structure, technically a structure. So it's server impl include its own header, which should be important. Okay, we remove the anonymous namespace. It's in Raft. We remove the veneer, so all the properties, and we just get to the cut to the chase here with the methods. And we don't need to repeat any of the documentation. Did I remember to do that elsewhere? I hope I did. But anyway, we can go remove all of this. Actually, let's outdent it first. It's a lot of stuff. What did we say? It was like over 1,000 lines. Yes, so it goes down to there. And then everything else is removed. And then a lot of places I'm going to have to put server impl in front. That's going to be in my clipboard for a while. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? It's been kind of quiet for the last hour or so. You like that I comment my code? Yeah. I try to keep the comments, though, to just the things that will be picked up by documentation generators like Doxygen. So structures, fields in structures, and methods, and then what the methods return and what their argument types are. If you notice, I try to avoid comments in the actual code. If I feel that need to write comments in the code itself, it's sort of a sign that it needs to be refactored anyway. So I'll do that. There's sort of a preliminary step before I refactor. Yes, I think there are a lot of lurkers today, which is fine. I'm still sort of getting used to like what the mix of viewers are. I think mostly people like to listen to it in the background occasionally when something comes up, either when I say it or if it's in chat and it's interesting, there'll be some discussion. And I'm fine with that. Once in a while we get people with programming questions, which I love answering and looking into. I kind of wish there were more of those. But yeah, it's all good. When it's quiet, I think I just I'm in a different mode. I'm in more of a accelerated coding mode and less of a community interaction. As long as it's not all the time, I suppose that's fine. Can't see which OS I'm using. I'm using Windows. Do I have a... Oh, the compiler, I use VS Code these days. So, and along with VS Code, you can kind of see it on the bottom here. It's using Visual Studio Community 2017. If I wanted to, I could use Clang. When I build this for the Mac, I use Xcode, and when I build it for Linux, I use Clang or GCC. But I've been trying to use this for my IDE so that I can move swiftly between OSs, and I try to put all of the code that's different between OSs into a library I call System Abstractions, which you see references to, so that all the rest of my code is cross-platform. That's really important to me. How much do you think streaming interacting with the community slows down? It slows it down to a crawl, but that's fine because it's just different modes. When we're in community mode, there's more interaction, and I learn from you guys, and I maybe help you out a little bit with your questions. What you're doing in general seems cool. It might be something you could learn from, but you're working in Elixir to make... Oh, you're working in Elixir. I have another streamer buddy who also does Elixir stuff, but I don't know if he's here now, but cool. I will have to... Are you streaming? Reckless Jumper? You should stream. I would like to see stuff I don't know, like Elixir. That's cool. I really recommend streaming if you need feedback, because I think a lot of the times you kind of get into an echo chamber of your own making if you have no feedback. I went many years writing really horrible code because no one told me it was horrible. So I just kept going. And now I get that feedback a lot, and it forces me to have days like this where I'm splitting up files into smaller files, removing redundant code, making other refactoring steps. And that's all because of feedback. If I didn't get feedback, I wouldn't really have realized that it was bad and never would have started doing it. 17 seconds? I'm sorry. I usually have pretty good latency. Favorite language is C++ with Qt and Node.js. I like Node.js. I like C++. Qt, it looks cool, but I haven't really had a chance to use it much. For user interfaces these days, I'm more inclined to do JavaScript in the browser. There's a lot of advantages to it. It works everywhere the browser works. You don't have to worry so much about security because you're kind of already in a secure environment, the browser. So you don't have to have your code signed other than to have a server-side certificate. There's a lot of cool things about it. And you can do stuff that you couldn't do in the browser like before. Like there's 3D graphics, right, with WebGL. You can even put other languages in the browser now. You can compile, I've heard you can compile C to the browser using WebAssembly. There's all sorts of cool things out there in the browser. So it kind of takes away from me wanting to learn Qt. Qt being the cross-platform user interface / IDE, or I don't know what you call it, all-encompassing an environment for making programs. To me, the browser has kind of replaced that. Am I an engineer? I suppose you call me an engineer. I'm a computer engineer. Or at least that's what it says on my diploma. Engineer is one of those words that might mean something different to different people. Like some people might say you're not an engineer unless you're in the lab working with hardware, or you're doing complex algorithms or some kind of science, right? Applied science. Computer engineering, I would say, is developing larger systems in software, and I do that. So, for example, what I'm working on in engineering right now is implementing this server. So I think it's pretty large scale. There's a lot of components with a lot of complex interaction. The Raft implementation alone is 2,000 lines of code. So it gets to the point where if you use like the techniques when you were first learning programming, it's just not enough. You have to develop frameworks and use tools to separate code into different pieces the correct way and have tests to test each piece individually. So I guess I would call that, it's good enough to call it engineering. How I started to program, I should have linked that while I was chatting. So I taught myself mostly because I've been doing this long enough that there really wasn't a whole lot out there in terms of formal training other than jobs and books. You guys, you young people these days, no. You guys have it a lot easier, I think, because there's a lot of online stuff and universities teach a lot more of it. So suffice to say, when I was in school, the only thing that programming-wise there was is there was a class on Pascal or C or something like that. And on the theoretical side, there's a lot more because stuff like algorithms was already pretty, well established academically. So in college, I took classes on algorithms and data structures and that kind of thing. But programming, I had to do a lot of stuff by books and by teaching myself just because it wasn't in school. Oh, I broke a bunch of stuff. Look at that. Oh, that's because this type changed. We can fix that if I'm careful. The type can change, but we don't need to change that. Right. You argue there's no such thing as a professional software engineer because there's no standard or association for it. I think there actually is, but it's just not widely used. But you can be a professional engineer for software if you really want to. I just don't think a lot of people care to do it. Yeah, I am not a certified professional. Makes me think of Kit Boga when I say that. But you can say that I'm real world battle tested because I worked on stuff for Qualcomm for a long, long time. I was in the R&D and did a lot of demos and prototype apps. So not stuff that you'd see outside the company. It's mostly like internal tools and stuff. Hey there, poor Diddums. How are you doing? We lost the battle for the word engineer a long time ago. It might be coming back. There is one, what do you call it, camp of people in the software community who believe that software, the discipline of writing software, is getting more mature to the point now where maybe we should start thinking about standards and tests and certifications, and not let the corporations like Microsoft determine what those standards and certifications are, but make it more of something that we as our community own, not any one company. But I don't know. I don't know how that pans out. More established practices like medicine and electrical engineering, they've been around a lot longer. They've had more time to evolve, and software is actually relatively young. There wasn't much software before 1950. All right. Yeah, these are the helpers that I orphaned. I need to figure out where those are going to go now. Where am I going to put these orphans? Actually, does server shared properties? Does it have methods? It had one. It had a constructor. Can I just default that? If I can default that, that'd be great. That'd be great. See if it'll let me get away with that. I don't know if it will. I don't think it will. Oh, okay. So to be a purist, I would have a shared property CPP with just the constructor in it for now. And then, yeah. Remove the guard. It's a CPP. It contains the implementation of the structure, and it only includes its own header. Nothing else. And it just has the constructor and nothing else. What about, what do you think about a person who goes to school and another guy who learns almost all alone? I think that however you learn best is what you should do. And also what you're going to use with that knowledge. So if you're going to look for a job and that job requires you to have some kind of piece of paper that says PhD on it or master's or whatever, then probably you need to go to school. And it looks like my camera needs a little work today. But knowledge-wise, if as long as you get the knowledge, I think in most cases it doesn't matter where you got it. I never got a master's degree or higher, and yet I got a pretty good job. You just demonstrate your skill at when you need to. It doesn't matter where you learned it from. People people value your knowledge. It doesn't matter if you got it at school or you figured it out yourself. A lot of potential evils in standards bodies and such. Well, one aspect of why it might be required is if there's more and more software in life critical situations like automated cars. Who do you sue if people die because of automated car crashes? What if, in order to be allowed to write the software for automated vehicles, you had to be certified by a committee or standard or something that kind of vetted you, made sure that you're not going to put in a bug that kills people? I mean, that's what they do no one can just go out there and build bridges, right? You have to be certified as civil engineering. So there's something to be said about proving that you are competent enough to do things that might mean life or death for people. So when software didn't really touch a lot of life and death situations in the past, it wasn't so important. But now maybe more and more it does. At least that's the argument I've heard. Okay, server shared properties has a source file now. TPP. Let us build it. Uh-oh. What did it not like? Already has a body. Oh yeah, because I forgot to remove it. Problem solved. So if all the free functions are only needed in the impl, that's cool, but I plan to split impl into separate modules, so maybe these need to go into somewhere common. Oh, wait a minute, not there. It's there, right? All the ones, well, actually we can start weeding this out now, right? So we can actually just delete them and see who needs them, I guess. All right. So yeah, the question is who needs these free functions and templates and stuff. And then this is completely removed. That's all that remains. A nice 400 lines. All right, so we need definitely server impl HPP. What else do we need? How come this is complaining? I think it's just catching up. There we go, it caught up. This we changed the name of. And this as well. The only server impl is complaining about the free functions. So that's good. Try to hijack my stream with that mess. You can hijack it. If it's really, really quiet, then the floor is open for anyone to say anything, right? Yeah, well, you know why I'm trying to make this work is because if I don't do it now, I feel like I never will have the chance to do it. So I'm just, this is a great opportunity to do it. If this doesn't work out, then I either go back to consulting or go back to another company. But yeah, I have sort of a nice opportunity to try now. So I'm trying. Making something as large as this with like doing something as ambitious as making a multiplayer RPG is a large undertaking. So like you probably won't see any kind of game for 6 months. And it won't be fit to charge people money to play any part of it for a couple of years. So you need to have like a good amount of a time where you don't have to go out and get a job. So since I'm between jobs, this is like, hey, let's go for this. If this works out, I don't need a job. I'm working for myself, right? Would you ever want to work for a larger game developer? Perhaps. Although I've heard horror stories that sometimes it's a real grind. So I don't know. I'm kind of picky. You get more picky as you get older. You don't want to go into a toxic environment. I don't know what VACBAN is. Sorry. Okay, so maybe just to get it to compile for now, I will take the free functions and move them where they're needed. So that's basically picking up this namespace and moving it here. Games are a harsh market, but the barriers between you and the potential customers are relatively low. You're torn between game dev and CNC machines. Well, you could try both. Do one during the day and the other at night. Valve anti-cheat. Is that VACBAN? I don't know this. Uh-oh. Formats. Oh, yeah. Okay. We moved that, right? Oh, no. Hold on. Format set. Where's format set? Oh, it's shared. Look at that. Okay, good. So, that probably deserves its own module, right? Or should I just go for it and make I guess it would be called server common. I'm undecided. It's these free functions. Where do I put them? Yeah, these are all just utilities. Should I call it server utilities? Hey, why not? Server utilities it is. Server utils. Actually, they're not just server utils, really. Utilities. The only problem with utilities, it's like a junk drawer. You have to kind of be careful what you put in it. You don't want to start overflowing. So really, I need to put like a limitation on this file so that only free functions can go here, for example. Just to keep it from accumulating junk. So we'll say this up here. We'll say utilities. This module contains the declaration of free functions used by other parts of the component or the library. Implementation. Cache validation and naming things. I'm really bad at naming things, but I guess it's not just me. Again, I don't know until I get community feedback. When I start hearing that, yeah, a lot of other people have trouble naming things, then I'm like, I guess I don't feel so bad that I have trouble with names. Okay, and then utilities contains the implementation of free functions used by other parts of the library. Copyright this year. Okay, so they're going to be promoted to the Raft namespace. They're no longer anonymous. Otherwise, I think they're the same as they are, right? Oh, hold on. Just this namespace, nothing after. Deleted. There we go. Not too bad. And then here we just declare them. So, declaration only. But they're not things, Rally Monkey. They're people. Well, I guess... Okay, fine. People are a subgroup of things, but come on. Well, I did, in a sense, get community feedback for naming them, right? Ask people what names they like. You know, wife helps out with the naming. Yeah, I won't tell them that I'm bad. I was really bad at picking your name. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna weed out some of these things I don't need. I probably don't need algorithm. Do I need future? No. Do I need map? No. Do I need mutex? No. Q? Yes. How about random? No. O string? No. Crypto. I wonder what uses crypto random. I think I used it to seed the random number generator, actually. Thread. And time, probably not. Okay, actually, I probably don't use these either now. Yeah, timekeeper don't need server, probably. Oh, we do. Look at that. But we need that. We only need it through iServer. And what about ilog? No. Log entry? No. So Q and iServer and some standard stuff. String. Class people extends thing, yes. Oh, wait a minute. Are we picking those up because they're declared in iServer? No. So it's gonna complain unless I include that as well. And what else? That we pick up from iServer. Yes. Although we really should include it directly to be nice. Right? Leadership announcement. We need that. All right. Do I not have a leadership announcement? I do. IntelliSense, come on. Set. We need set. Actually, this template, you know what? It's a template. Templates have the code in them. Because it's really just a pattern for making code as you need it. So, from format set, the body goes, oh, which means I need string. That's what I needed ststream for in the first place. Ststream. So you might ask me, why do I have the code here where I don't have the code for these? Because this actually doesn't just declare one function. It declares a pattern for making many functions based off of what the actual type T is. So it waits. There's actually no function given to the linker just by having this. It's just given to the compiler. The compiler kind of sets it aside and says, well, if anyone ever uses format set and they give me something to fill in the T, I will take that T, plug it into that pattern, and then give that to the linker. If you never use format T, though, that ends up going away and there's no code linked. Whereas one of these, it's a concrete function. It's not a template, and so it has. If you can not have anyone use it, and you're fine. But if you have anyone using it, the linker will say, "You didn't tell me what the code is for that." So I don't need this in here. Right. So we good? Good with that, and then we include our own header. And I can go and happily remove all of the comments because they're only in the header. So again, these comments are mostly for the machine to generate a PDF later. Someone reading my code, I kind of want them to be able to look at the code and not need comments. If they're looking at it from the perspective of they don't want to look at the code, they just want to know how to use the things, then the comments apply. But more useful, I think, to be to run a Doxygen or some other document generator to make this into a nice HTML rather than forcing them to open your header files. All right, so this guy will need the utilities. And so will the server impl. That should make everyone happy. Cluster configuration. Oh, that's public. Yeah, so utilities. That's public. So it's Raft cluster configuration. Try again. What happened to format set? Format set? Where are you? Here it is. Wonder if it's... Oh, shoot. I forgot to put it into the Raft namespace. That would be important. Okay, we got a little bit further. Ambiguous call to overloaded function. Oh no! Egads. Why is that ambiguous? Let's see, why does it think it might be ambiguous? It could be. Oh, I still have my anonymous namespace versions of it. I never cleaned it out. Thought I did, but I obviously didn't. Yep, I forgot. Bye-bye anonymous namespace and build. Okay, linker errors. I think that might be because I forgot to tell CMake to pull in the code for utilities. Yes. And we have utilities. HPP as a header. Okay, I'm still missing something. What am I missing? Send messages. There it is. Oh, is it because that is not... Okay. We didn't include that header. That might be why. It thinks it is, it's in a different, it thought it was in a different namespace, I think, if you do that. This probably needs to do the same thing. And the same thing with the other classes too. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's this anonymous namespace message to be sent. Actually, hold on. I think I might have another problem. Is the CPP file... No, that's not... That's correct. Yeah, so that should be pulling from that anyway. 3 unresolved. Okay, we're getting there. Getting there, chat. Accidentally resized my window there. Symbol and evolving type with internal linkage not defined. Really? So you say. Message to be sent. Maybe I forgot to put that. Oh, yep. I might have forgotten to put the other things in the correct namespace as well. Yep. That will do it. No more anonymous namespaces when we're sharing. Sharing is caring. Okay, let's try again. Yay! We're all good. Let's run the tests. Refresh will find all the tests to make sure we don't miss any, and then we run them all. Run them all! Do it! Don't imagine any of them would fail, because all we did was just move stuff around. Okay, so what's the aftermath? We should have pretty... Okay, all these files are really small for the declaring the structures. These ones I didn't touch at all. These are small. Server is nice and manageable at 260 lines because it's all just a public methods. And we had one... This is a special one that goes with... oh, I should document this. It goes with Google Test. So, yeah, I like to have this comment for it. It's a support function for Google Test to print out values of the law type. Actually, why is it a reference? I think that might be because it looks for that. Even if it's a silly type like an enum. Okay, in the selection state. This is the election state value to print the election state value. So yeah, it's used when you have tests that fail and you want to print out actual values for this type. If you declare a function with that prototype and link it in with the test, Google Test will automatically use it to print out the actual words rather than giving a, like, this is like 0, 1, and 2, whatever. So it kind of helps pretty up your test output. So yeah, that doesn't really have any place of its own, so we just put it here, sort of like an orphan. I could make a module that just has Google Test support or something, or I could put it in utilities, I guess. I don't know. The thing is, it's not used by my code at all. It's referred to through indirectly through macros, And so it doesn't need to be in any header file. It just needs to be in some module. Actually, maybe it does go in utilities then. Maybe that's a better spot for it. Utilities. I mean, we can be formal about it. We can declare it. Why not? Let's do the right thing. So we'll declare it here. And election state's in that, so then we can remove the comment there. Okay. So yeah, it just has, oh, it kind of goes with that. It has all the utility stuff goes together now. This has all the public methods, and that's what's needed, crypto random. And I called it Jim because I was feeling whimsical that day. I'm like, what do I call this thing? Crypto random thing? No, I'll call him Jim. Jim's going to generate a seed that we give to our random number generator. Anyway, by the way, this, I found out I don't need my class crypto random anymore because it's built into C++ 17 or something. When I move to that, I will no longer need my crypto random. Let's see. So all the complexity got moved to split between shared properties, which is a nice 218 lines of declaration, and then the impl, which is 535 lines of declaration, 1,200 lines of code. Actually, that's not too bad. Maybe I don't need to split it up into the 3 pieces like I thought I might. 1,200 is like within the ballpark of acceptance. It's kind of on the heavy side. Maybe it's good for now. And we'll move on to the next thing. Before I run out of time for today. Sounds good. So we did a bunch of refactoring of splitting things around. So ultimately we split server.cvp into a lot of pieces. Server refactoring. Split server.cvp into many pieces. Push that. Okay, what's next on the list? Orchestrator connect to servers. Okay, that's a specific function, right? Let's take a look at it. How bad can it be? Oh, yeah, it's not too bad. It just has a bunch of isolated message handlers we can extract out, and it's got some delegates. Okay. And this is all within a class, right? Called service impl. So let's pull the delegates out first. So there are there are 3 delegates. There's ping, or pong, close, and text. So what these are callbacks when the orchestrator receives a text message, when the WebSocket connection to a Realm server closes, and when we receive back a pong, a response to our ping. So if I were to pull those delegates out, the function gets a little bit more manageable. So we're going to do that. So the only context needed here, okay, we have a WebSocket. Hold on. No, orchestrator shared state and a diagnostics sender are the context for that. And then there's an ID for that one. And a timekeeper given to that one. So these could be free functions, right? They just depend on this orchestrator shared state, which is it's a plain structure, okay? So after these structure declarations, so here would be a good spot, right? So actually, I might already have spots for callbacks. No, I don't. Okay, so we're gonna put let's put it here. So we'll call it on WebSocket text. on WebSocket close. I've been putting spaces here, haven't I? And then on WebSocket Pong. And then here are the arguments. So let's put a bookmark there. And then go back and put another bookmark here. So the arguments for text is that. Close are these ones. Pong is just data again. Okay. Okay. Let's go from the bottom up. So actually, hold on. To make this a free function, I need to pass these in as well. Yeah. Okay. What's shared weak? Weak pointer to a shared state. Actually, I wonder if I can take care of that here. And think about this. Maybe really orchestrator shared state should have these as methods. Well, it already has methods. Okay, so maybe instead of free functions, there'll be methods of the orchestrator shared state. Sounds good. So these move to orchestrator shared state. Setup, build part of realm stream map, save. Okay, so put them here. So then we don't need the shared weak. Thing is, do we need realm server ID? Or do we already have that? Oh, thanks for following, Reckless Jumper. Please don't jump. Don't do it! You have so much to live for. Reckless jump. Sorry. Okay, realm server diagnostics sender time. Do we not have a timekeeper reference already here? I do. So I don't need timekeeper. We already have that. We don't need timekeeper. Good. So bookmark. Do you need to go get food? Okay. Enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Okay, so Pong. Right, realm server ID is an int. Diagnostic server. Diagnostic sender is a shared pointer. So I'll turn it into a reference to a diagnostic sender. That's what I'll do. We don't need to actually increment a reference count. We'll do that. Okay, and then what does close need? Same deal. It needs these as well. And then we just need the diagnostics thing for text though. We don't need the ID. Cool. And then let's put in the code now. From the bottom up, shall we? So assuming that we have this shared, that's the code for Pong. We plug it in, and then remove the shared things out of it. And that's good, right? And then this becomes a dot. Cool. Close is next. Actually, I can just replace this now, right? Shared on WebSocket Pong. Realm server ID, realm server diagnostic sender dereferenced, and data. There we go, refactored. And now next, I still have to have a little bit of fun. I could maybe make it a little bit better by moving Well, I could have a free function which helps us bind this. I don't know. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll make setting these delegates something that we break off into another function. Anyway, this part goes into close here. And then we remove the shared parts. This becomes a dot, and we're done. All right. And then last button. Hold on, we're not done yet. Shared on WebSocket close realm server ID star realm server diagnostic sender code and reason. Okay, last but not least is this huge text one, which will be refactored in a couple stages, I think, because it really responds to different kinds of messages, which we could make into a table, right? So this becomes a dot, and then shared goes away. Do we have any shareds? We do. Cool. I love that multi-cursor selecting. Oh, we should give these documentations, right? Handle an incoming text message from a realm server. This is the publisher to use to, this is the object to use to publish diagnostic messages. Data. This is the text message received. Alright, and then the close and pong are going to be somewhat similar. Only a few more things. So, realm server ID. This is the unique identifier of the realm server. And then this is handle the closure of the connection to a realm server. Okay, and code and reason, I'm going to cheat a little bit and pull from the documentation for the delegate itself. This close one. Going to take that and paste it here. And it replaces data. All right, and then Pong is similar again. Actually, it's a cross between text and close because it needs the realm server ID, but it also has the data instead of a close reason. This is the text attached to the Pong frame. I think that's what we would say. Handle the receipt of a Pong message from a realm server. Okay. And then this becomes shared on WebSocket text realm server data. Okay, that's maybe a good first step. Let me I don't have any unit tests for orchestrator because it's a top level integration object. Ooh, kill is not defined. Really? Where's kill defined? Was it declared later? It might, well, where is it? Oh, interesting. Is it just a free function then? It is, so we need to move it. Kill. Or forward declare it. I'd prefer to move it though. Let's move it to the top. Before the shared state. Right up here would be fine. Yeah, I can't write it because the cluster's still running, so it doesn't have unit tests because it's a top-level main program, and it's really supposed to be a simple program. So I have to kill the cluster, then rebuild, and the way I test it is I just run it. So just serve. So still running. Cluster recovers. It's got 3 servers in it. We're good. All right. So do I need to make this one even smaller? I think I want to separate these out. So the setting up of the delegates, we just set up some functions and we call set on it. So what do we need from that? We just need realm server, right? So what's this? What is realm server? Recognize realm server. This plain structure with no methods. Fine. I guess we just make this a helper within the same class, right? Within impl, so something like what is the whole point of this? Really, it's hook delegates, hook WebSocket, hookup, setup WebSocket, hook WebSocket. Naming problems. Set WebSocket delegates, and it's going to be realm server is all we really need, right? Because the rest of the context is, oh, we need shared. Now shared is in this, so I think that's all we'll need. So that will be this part of it. Okay, and then we'll just make that a function here. Oops. Set WebSocket delegates. And what did I say it was? It's a realm recognize realm server. Recognize realm server. Let's see. Is that happy? We need realm server ID. Okay, fine. Int realm server ID. What else? What else do you need? Timekeeper. Timekeeper? Isn't that in shared? Huh. Okay. Oh, it's passed in, and it's ever saved? Actually, why are we passing it in? It doesn't make sense to me. It's available in the shared object, right? Yeah. Why are we passing these in? They're already in shared. I don't know why I'm doing this. We don't need to pass these in. They're already available to us. Timekeeper and client. Okay. Timekeeper and client. I'll need to make that to capture it, though. Actually, no, I don't. I don't need them at all. Don't need them. I just go to this guy. Actually, he needs the realm server ID, which is what? Realm server ID. Realm server. There we go. To capture it, you need to make another reference. So const auto timekeeper equals shared timekeeper. So making another reference to shared pointer. Cool. I think we're good. So I just need to document this, right? Set the delegates for the web socket connection to the given realm server so that our it's our shared handlers, right? Our shared so that the actually it's just that. Set the delegates for the WebSocket connection to the given realm server. That's all we need to say. I hate copying this more than once, so I am going to just, writing it more than once, so I'm just going to copy it. This is the unique identifier to the realm server, not to be killed, and no feels bad, man. It's just, that's what it is. Is it modified? Not really. It's not I can make this const, right? So then it's not modified. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, we don't modify it at all. Cool. Stop the cluster, build, start the cluster. Nice. You can see every time I restart it, the term number goes up. And new server gets selected as leader because you don't, the state of whether or not a server is a leader, candidate, or follower, it's not persisted as part of the algorithm. I am trying to faithfully implement Diego's PhD thesis, the Raft Consensus Algorithm. So when he says don't persist the state of who's the leader, I don't. We only persist the term numbers and who we voted for in the current term. And whether or not we voted, and that's it. And the log, I guess, but that's not part of the election process. So cool, it's working. Maybe it's time to check it in. No changes here, right? Yeah. It's getting about that time where I need to take a break. Let's see if I can... I had maybe one more thing, right? Yeah, so I think I'm going to try to finish my plan. I'll get all the way through it. I might not thoroughly refactor this enough. I might need to do a second pass later. But I kind of want to I want to hit all the bullet points on my plan and then call it a day. Or at least take a break, eat something, and then get back to work later. I do work more than the 4 hours I stream, but a lot of the afternoon, evening is noisy with kids around and a lot of interruptions, so it's really hard to stream that. But maybe one day, maybe I'll be streaming 8 hours a day. That would be the sort of the goal. Work 8 hours a day and stream all of it. Right now it's mostly work 8 hours a day and stream 4 of it. I try to do stuff off stream that would not be interesting on stream, like research and study, planning, and that kind of thing. Yes, so I'm just getting a sense of what I was doing there. Orchestrator, refactoring, extract methods from pieces of connect to server. That's the name, right? Connect to servers. Period. Commit. And then let me go do a another pass looking at that and see how it looks now. So connect to servers. It doesn't look that bad actually. I guess I could split it again because this is what we do when we make a new connection to a realm server, right? And then this is what we do to check if it has a port number bound. Actually, this whole thing right here is to try to connect to it. I mean, try to talk to it once we've connected, right? No, sorry. This is how we try to connect to it if we've succeeded. Oh, I'm wrong again. This is why I need to refactor a little bit more, because this should go into a function called what? What should I call it? Finish connection. So we have a WebSocket connection, and we basically get it from the promise. And actually, there's two possibilities. It could either we couldn't connect, and so we killed the process, or we were able to connect and we just finished the connection. So it's either it's complete the connection attempt, either successfully or failure, or we succeed or fail. And then the rest of this loop is if we have a connection going, right? No, we don't yet have a connection. So it's the opposite of this logic. It's we have no WebSocket, but there is a server. So it's basically trying to connect, right? So the first thing is we check to see if there's if it has a private port bound. If not, we might kill it because we don't want it to sit there too long. But if we don't kill it, we try to make a connection. I kind of see how I would continue to refactor this, but I kind of want to move on before I run out of time. So I'm going to leave a note. And need to do more passes, more refactoring passes of this, right? And so just move on to executor on commit for now. All right, executor on commit. What do you look like? So executor, by the way, is this little component here that sits between the journal, which is the sequence of changes to state, which I've shown earlier. I'll show it again. Here's the journal, right? Each line is a command to the state machine. And right now, the only state I have is configuration, so it's like changing configurations. So it goes between that journal of entries and the actual configuration files and the object that represents it cached in memory. So it doesn't really do much, but later it's also going to basically, through composition, like basically own all of the entities all the in-memory entities of the game objects. So the world itself, all the places, zones and places, all the entities, all their positions, everything is going to be owned by the executor and updated by it. Every request to change it's going to go through the journal, and then the executor will do it. And then the it basically feeds back to the coordinator ultimately to go back to clients. So let's take a look. Executor on commit. So this is called when the journal says, hey, the cluster has successfully replicated a new entry in the journal. And what it does, it depends on the command. So if it's a start reconfiguration, it writes the new configuration file, the provisional one, and then sets it in the cache. If it's a finish reconfiguration, it will delete the old backup. It will back up the old configuration file. Hold on, no. Yeah. Back up the old configuration file, and then basically it moves the old one to be the backup, moves the new one to be the current one. If there wasn't an old one, it just simply writes what's currently in the cache to the backup, and then move. I guess we're doing this in either case. Well, thanks for the follow. Inspired by John? I'd like to know this John person who inspired you. And then configuration advance is to tell it the cache the same thing. And advance means advance to the next configuration. So replace the current with the next one. So I think what I wanted to do, the idea of refactoring this was to split it into a function for every kind of command. And maybe we'll do it the sophisticated, fancy way by using a table. Sound good? So the idea would be this is in the class shared properties. So there's going to be a table of pointers to methods of shared properties. I'm going to cheat a little bit and use what I did for, where was it? Config coordinator engine? There was a table. Yeah, lookup tables. Here we go. So it depends on this type, right? No. Right, it's going to be slightly different than this. I wanted to go full board on this and make a real table to, hold on, I lost where I was. Here we are. Let's pin that before I lose it again. A table to member variables is what I want. So we're going to make a table here. Map from string to pointer to method. So that would be, let's make a type. So using what are we going to call the thing? It's not a message, it's a command, I guess. Command handler? How about command executor? Because executor is a fun word. So that will be, the type would be, I always forget this syntax, so I'm going to look it up. This is what you do. C++ pointer to method. And then I like, if there is one, I like to go straight to the CVP reference and go to the examples. Pointer to void, pointer to function. I want pointer to members. There we go. I want the type. How do you declare the type? So it's return type class : star and then name. So it would be, I guess we don't care. There's no return type. And then the shared properties like that. Maybe I can't declare that. Pointer to member type void is not allowed. Oh, it's hold on. It's not a field. It needs to be a method. Pointer to member function. Yeah, so there's parentheses around it. And then the, right, and then the argument list, which I don't know yet. I'll know in a moment what I need. Okay, so define the type of member pointer to member function used in the command lookup table to locate the executor for a command. Okay. I suppose we'd pass the command to it, right? This is the command to execute. That's maybe all we need. Hold on, I need to look at the actual code to see what it actually needs. It needs the command. It's going to static cast it. What else from the entry will it might use? It might use the term. Let's see. I guess not. Okay, so we just need the command. That's simple. So it's I'm thinking, can I strip away the shared pointer part? Because we don't need to keep a reference, do we? We can just get a raw pointer or a raw reference to it, right? I can't remember. Can you make a reference from another reference through static cast? C++ static cast reference. Static cast conversion. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, well, it's not ambiguous, so we can do that. So we can make it a realm server. I can't remember. I can't remember the type. My memory's bad today. What is the type of the thing? Realm server it's this thing. It's just command, okay. But it's in the scope of log entry, right? No? Oh no, it's in its own header file. Raft. It's just raft command. Okay. Raft command. And we don't need to mutate it. Let's call it command base. This is a reference to the base of the command to execute, right? Because I'm going to immediately cast it to the correct class inside. Okay, so map. I need map. I'm going to take advantage of static construction here, so I can just make the map go to that. I just need to define some methods. So we only need 2 of them, right? Start reconfiguration and finish reconfiguration is all we need. We'll have more later. We're gonna have a lot more. This table is gonna grow a bit. In fact, I'll probably end up putting groups of commands in their own modules. But for now, it's pretty simple, right? So it's on that, and the other one's finish, right? So finish. Let's keep them alphabetical, shall we? So it's just those for now, and then I just need to make these so they'll have the same signature, which was const raft command. There we go. And then it's the body of this goes there. It goes there. And instead of doing this cast, here's where I'm going to see if I can get this right. I can do static cast if it's a reference type. So I take this, static cast, actually, let's use auto. Const that of command base. Can I get away with that? I can. And then command arrow becomes command dot. Nice. So then the same thing with the start reconfiguration. Only that one is this type, start. And I will copy the body, remove the body of this out of there. Put it here, and that's redundant, and I remove that, and this becomes a dot. Oh, but a bunch more. Let's use this search thing. Multi-replace, yay! Okay. And let's document them. Execute the finish reconfiguration command by moving the next configuration to take the place of the current configuration, backing up the old configuration in the process. It's going to be redundant, but I suppose I should repeat the documentation from up here, right? And, whoops, lost my place. There we are. Same thing on start. Execute the start reconfiguration command by saving the next configuration. That's all we do. We write it and we put it in the cache. Okay. Yeah, so these, we have to use that special syntax, right? So it's like address of that colon that, I think, right? I forget. All right, this is const. Indeed. And we can't do it in class, can we? So we have to split this up. That's where we declare it, and then we'd define it outside the class, right? Define storage for it outside. It's kind of weird how that you do this. And then that, you remove the static, and you have to put the class name in front. So it's this one. And it has to be in both places. And then you can assign it, right? Colon. There we go. Let's change the name of that though. It's not client message handlers, is it? It's command executors. And I kind of feel like actually making it command executors, because it's really a global variable. And then we can remove that. So question is, do I repeat this documentation where the table is filled in, or do I not? Or do I say something different? I should probably just say something different, like define the command executor lookup table. The other one will be declare, right? Well, that is implicitly a declaration. Okay, good. Now to use it. So to use it, it's pretty simple. We just look it up. So auto command executor entry equals this find by the type. If it is not equal to end, then call it. Second. Oh, then now we have to do the weird thing, right? It's like this arrow, that. And it's star, I think. Okay, I don't really remember how to do it. Hey there, Mike and Principal. Howdy. I'm actually almost done for the day. So, shout out to Mike. He has a game coming out in, drumroll please, 8 days. It is a arcade platformer. I've heard it called other things. A cross between Super Meat Boy and Rocket League. It's pretty cool. It's based on Unity. It's got 75 or 72. It's got a huge number of levels, over 100 hours, and he's busily marketing it right now. So check out his stream. Check out his game. I'm doing okay. I'm getting kind of tired and hungry, though, because I'm past the 4-hour mark. I need to at least take a break soon and eat something. But I've been refactoring all today. Nothing but refactoring. So there wasn't much to say in the plan other than I'm going to refactor these giant pieces of crud, and I got a decent way through it. This one I got to revisit. These ones I'm really happy with how I did it, the refactoring, but it probably deserves a second pass as well. And I'm just finishing that up for today. So different pieces of my server. So Mike, as you know, I was up really late last night. I was up later than you were, because why was I up late? I made a real big push to get this working where I can run my cluster and restart it, and it picks up where it left off, and it's able to replay the log. I wish I had pinned this so it's easier to show. So the game journal, all these things from previous runs are still kept in the journal, and every time I rerun it, it just picks up from where it leaves off. And I've earlier added a server and then removed it, and it's really nice and solid now. So I'm very happy with it. So just cleaning stuff up today, and I don't remember for the life of me how to do call a pointer to member, so I'm looking at the manual for this. Because that's what I do. Ah, it's arrow star. I was close. Arrow star. There. And then we do that. I probably have to do that, right? And then pass the argument, which is entry.command. We need to dereference that. There we go. So I just refactored. This had an if, else if, yada yada. Now it is a map of strings to pointers to member functions, and then we call it through the this. So this is really exotic syntax where you take the pointer and then you dereference it and you bind it to this and then you call it. So it's really, really freaky syntax. I can never remember it, so I use the reference manual for C++, which has handy examples of how to do it. And I'm just going to test it now to see if it actually works. You're coming in at a great time where I don't have any compiler errors and probably no test failures either. It's just going to work. And I'll be able to do a sour PLS, which is to dance. One of those Twitch memes. Sour PLS. Breakdance. If I could breakdance, I would, because it's all working and I'm done. Done for the day. Miller time. Let's check it in. How was your day, Mike? Did you get a good night's sleep? How is the marketing going for your game today? And have you gotten PewDiePie to play your game yet? This is important. I need to know. Right, so I have made a table, and I have broken out those as two functions, finish and start there. So it used to be kind of an ugly if else. Now it's a nice table. Okay, got it. Cool. Stage that bad boy. Executor. Refactoring. So split. What was it called again? On commit into command executor functions. Looked up using a map. Looked up by command type using a map. Cool. Still there, Mike? Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Oh, you were typing. Did 17 hours yesterday. Wow. And I mistyped that. Streamer played it, but he was too tired, so the session was meh. Today you have a streamer play it. You had a streamer play it. He enjoyed it mildly. So far, everyone enjoys it, but there are bigger and better products out there. Yeah, you know what you were saying yesterday? You were thinking it might be due to the game not being out yet, and there's no early access or pre-release or anything like that. I think I might be agreeing with you on that. I'm hoping that on the 23rd when it launches, you actually start to get some pickup. You can actually tell streamers, yes, you can buy it now. You can try it now. We'll see, right? We'll hope for the best. And I'm sure you'll be working hard for the next 8 days plus towards that end. Okay, good. I think I'm going to call it and I'll figure out what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm actually at a good turning point to maybe look at something new. What I was thinking the other day is, right now we have enough of this running, which is a good base to actually start adding the game. But before I do that, I want to have more of the overall infrastructure working. I want to be able from the client to say, not only add or remove servers, but hey, here's a new version of the server code. Go restart a server with a new version of the code. So I might start looking at that. So that'll be file transfer between client, server, and orchestrator, saving of new executables, a little database of versions, maybe some zip stuff, some compression to reduce the size of the transfers. It'll be interesting. I might do that, or I might do something else. I'm not quite sure yet. But when I do, I'll post it on my Discord in the announcements section. And my schedule is usually 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. And I do a little bit of research and other work off stream, but probably only do serious work again tomorrow morning. So hope you enjoyed the stream today. I'm going to go peek off stream to see who I can host. Mike, are you going to be streaming soon? Could host you. Otherwise, let's see. Adam's at the lunch. There's Lucky No Slevin. Pocket Watch. Oh, bother. You get me offline a bit? Okay. Thanks, poor Diddums. Let us go. Let's see. I haven't really figured out what I want to do yet. Hold on. Maybe I can stretch out my stream a little bit more. I think Adam might be coming back soon. I'm going to monitor Adam's stream and then give a little recap of my stream. So, what am I doing? If you missed it, I'm working on a multiplayer game, but I don't have the game yet because I'm setting up the infrastructure behind the scenes on the server side. But if you're curious about it, it's going to be a multiplayer online, I guess that's sort of obvious, RPG. And I really liked playing the Ultima series as a kid, so I want to kind of make my own game in the spirit of that. So it's going to be pretty simple retro 2D pixel art, but I'm going to try to put lots of different things, not only activities that'll be fun for people, but also I want to kind of put story elements that I've been putting together for a long time and put it into the game. And yeah. So the various elements of the game, or the servers right now, basically I only have server and stuff. I have a little bit of a client. I can show you guys that. And it's not there. Where did I put it? Where are you? It's pretty ugly looking, but it lets me peek in and see what's going on. Right now I can see whenever the leader of the cluster is sending out heartbeats, and I can actually, if I wanted to, I can go to connect to that leader. It actually tells me what term we're in and which server is the leader. And see, from the leader's point of view, it says, well, it's talking to the two other servers. And I can send a command through ultimately to the orchestrator to start and add a new server to the cluster. And each server here has a complete state of the game. We use replication using the Raft algorithm, which I implemented over a course of several weeks. I'm pretty much done with that. It was very cool. And it is all the source code for the my Raft implementation is in my GitHub there. So my game isn't open source, but all the pieces that are reusable out of it, like the hash functions, Raft implementation, web server, web sockets, even stuff like Twitch interface, they're all in my GitHub, and they're all open source. So all the connections between servers and clients and between servers themselves are through WebSockets. I think I might have said that, but sorry. And the reason I have multiple copies of the server is for fault tolerance. So if a connection were to drop, a client could then switch to another server and continue without much interruption. And we handle all disruptions and changes in the backend, like sort of opaquely, like we hide the fact that things are going on in the background. So, we want the client to have a nice seamless experience, always up, always available, so that we have a lot of machinery in the backend to handle that. So, for example, I'm running a 3-server cluster right now, but if I wanted to, I could say, hey, I want to go to a new configuration where we add a server and upload that. And now we're running 4 servers. So it changed from a 3-server config to a 4 by starting a Realm server 13 and adding it to the configuration set, and it catches up. And now we have 4 servers. Now at any point, if a server were to die, let's say I kill one. Which one shall I kill? How about the new one that I just launched? So let's say it dies. That one is 12292. Where are you? Here you are. So kill it. The orchestrator figures out, oh, he died. You get a lot of complaints from the other servers that they couldn't connect for a while, but then it restarts it and it rejoins the cluster. Now let's say I kill the leader of the cluster, who happens to be 11, which is 16,536. Then some more interesting things happen. So I killed the leader of the cluster. 11 died. Complaints from other servers. Meanwhile, you have timeouts, and here you have both server 10 and 13 started a new election. 10 won the popular vote, so it became the leader. And then in the meanwhile, we relaunched 11, and it joined. So now the server's back up and running, and 10 is the leader. So the concept of which server is the leader is very fluid. It's basically whichever one happened to get enough votes. And usually that's the one that asked for the vote first. Orchestrator will bring back up a server if it crashes pretty quickly, and the only thing that the client will notice is that the connection drops and it might have to reconnect to another server. So it's pretty robust. I kind of like it. It's going well so far, and I'm trying to make a stable base on which to build a multiplayer game, and maybe get there in a couple months. So if you're more interested in game dev, check back in a few months from now. I'm still doing the infrastructure for the next at least a month or if not 2 months. So yeah, we're gonna go raid Adam, because why not? Adam13531 is a great Twitch streamer. He's developing a game called Botland. It's an automation-based game where you have bots. You could script to fight other players' bots' defenses. Interesting game, and he's trying to tackle a performance issue in his game, which is coming out this year sometime. So he's really kind of stressed trying to get this problem fixed. Let's go say hi and try to cheer him up. All right? So I will check you guys out. Or not check you guys out. I will see you guys tomorrow. In the meantime, hope you'll enjoy Adam. Let me go set up the raid thing. Adam13531. Yes. We're going to raid him. So I will see you guys later. Have fun. Do. When do I get to press the button? When it says I'm ready, right? Okay. See you guys later.